compensation being made. I think if you look at the key decisions that we've been able to make since the general election. So obviously the compensation scheme for the overturned convictions, the legislation that was passed in the wash-up period between the two governments, the appeal scheme being announced for the Horizon Shortfall scheme, the publication of the capture report, the publication of redress data, and the fixed sum awards being offered under the HSS scheme. I think you could put that together into a package and see that we are trying to, wherever possible, offer a reasonable sum of compensation by fixed award, if that is what a claimant themselves wants, a detailed breakdown, if that is the appropriate way forward, greater capacity to process claims, greater deadlines in terms of when the 40-day period we put in place under some of the schemes by which an initial claim is made. These are all ways in which, and the position is still not, to everyone's satisfaction, but I think you can see we've tried to speed up compensation and redress without that being at the cost of any claimant feeling that's not an accurate or fair level of redress for them to receive.
Thank you. We'll get into the specifics of that in due course. There are two matters that you say are particularly important issues of concern. The first you have described as driving cultural change, and the second is redress. We'll get to redress shortly, but in terms of cultural change, what do you see as the most important way in which the culture at the post office can be changed?
I think the scale of this scandal, as I say, cannot be separated out from the business model and the governance structure of the post office. So we need, from the work that I lead as Secretary of State and what this inquiry is seeking to do, to not just respond to the obvious injustice and the need for redress to follow that, but to understand why, as an institution, the post office has gone so wrong and what needs to change in future. So, for instance, I believe that is everything from the internal governance structure of the post office right down to the level of remuneration that postmasters receive. I mean, I think despite the scale of this scandal, post office is still an incredibly important institution in national life. I think it still has an incredible role to play in communities. I look at the business model of the post office, and I think even accounting for the changes in the core services that are provided, I mean, people familiar with the decline of letter volumes, there's still a whole range of services that are really important, but I don't think postmasters make sufficient remuneration from what the public want from the post office. And I think that's going to require some very significant changes to the overall business model of the post office, as well as looking at what the future is in terms of the governance arrangements that will, I think, to be frank, have a greater level of trust and responsiveness to the people providing the services on the front line.
Okay, well, once again, we'll get to the detail of that shortly. If we now focus then on redress and compensation, we've seen in this inquiry at certain stages there has been disagreement between your department and the Treasury on matters of redress. In your current experience, have there been any disagreements during your term in office?
No, I can genuinely say, Mr. Blake, that there haven't been. And I know there are a whole range of issues, perhaps perception of historic tensions between the business department and the Treasury, specifically on this issue, which is obviously a personal priority for me, but also for many members of the Cabinet. I can say the support I've received from the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who of course formerly was the chair of the Business and Trade Select Committee, and the previous incarnation of the Business Department before that. I've had exactly what I have needed. So if you look at, for instance, the announcements in the budget, first of all, you see a greater amount of compensation now appearing in the national accounts from the previous figure. Of course, whilst that's an increase, it's actually even more significant than that, because you will know the compensation previously for the full redress schemes was accounted for in the Treasury Reserve, which was heavily overspent. So essentially, not only does the budget put a greater sum towards redress, it confirms that is real money in place. But you may also have seen in the budget that the allocation of money for redress has moved from being departmental expenditure limits to annually managed expenditure. So in other words, it is demand-led. So whatever the level of redress is required, I can guarantee that this government, that the British state, will be able to pay for that. And that has already been agreed with the Treasury and has appeared in the budget. So in terms of the support from Treasury colleagues, I could not have asked for more.
Can you assist us then? The £1.8 billion figure that was announced in the budget, we've heard some evidence suggesting that that's not new money. Is it new money, or if it isn't, to what extent has that situation changed?
Well, it is new money because the allocations in the past came from an overall position, and I appreciate we're getting some of the politics of the budget here, where there were frankly too many claims on that Treasury reserve for that to be genuinely ever expected to be paid. Now, governments do sometimes, I think historically, ascribe different policy costs to the Treasury reserve, but there were more demands on that money than money existed. So the confirmation that not only is there a greater sum of money being allocated to redress, but that can be absolutely guaranteed by myself, by the Treasury and the government, is, I think, a significant development.
If ultimately the claims fall under that level, is the rest of that amount of money going to be spent on something relating to postal matters?
Well, if, because of the designation as annually managed expenditure, to be frank, my assumption behind that has always been to make sure if the sum of money for redress was greater than that I could guarantee would be paid. I haven't considered an underspend in any way, if I'm being honest about that. If it was, that would be a conversation that I could have with Treasury colleagues. But to be frank, my efforts have been to make sure that we could absolutely stand behind any sum of redress that the process came to.
We've heard discussions of widening redress to, for example, assistants and managers, or possibly to family members. Does that figure cater for that expansion? And if not, then what is the plan for funding that expansion?
So you will understand we have, as well as the number of announcements that we've made, been looking at a whole range of issues, Mr. Blake, exactly as you describe. Particularly significant one of those is around family members, where we have been looking at, for instance, if there was agreement to extend to family members, would the existing schemes be the right mechanisms through which people would do that? Would it require something else? Obviously, a whole range of fairly legal definitions as to who and how the scope would cover everyone who that needed to do. If there were significant extensions to the eligible claimants at present, I would seek Treasury agreement for additional funding for those. It's possible that sum of money might be sufficient, but if there was to be an extension in any way, I think the appropriate course of action would be to ensure that there are agreements in place with the Treasury that due funding is available for those.
Are you personally aware of any cost projections in respect of how much that might cost?
I haven't seen in any of the official advice I've received a specific sum of money. I think because the work being undertaken covers the potential scope, that could be quite wide or quite narrow, depending on the definition of harms that you were seeking to provide redress for. And to be frank, you will understand that part of our work will be guided by the findings of this inquiry as well, and the recommendations that might come from it.
Thank you. Could we please bring up on screen, it's Bayes 40888. This is an email exchange that we took the Minister to on Friday. We now have the underlying submission, so we'll go to the submission as well. But if we could please perhaps start on page 5 and into page 6. At the bottom of page 5, we have the summary of the submission. It says, timing, we would be grateful for a swift readout. Post Office has received regular correspondence from postmasters awaiting payment of the £75,000 fixed sum following the March announcement, and we expect it to be raised during next week's redress announcement. and it makes a number of recommendations to the Minister. The first is implementing your predecessor's announcement to introduce a fixed sum award of £75,000 to Horizon Shortfall Scheme claimants to bring the scheme in line with the GLO scheme. B, capping awards at £50,000 where postmasters reject the fixed sum and are offered a lower amount with no option to return to the fixed sum. Third, not providing legal advice to claimants to consider the offer of a fixed sum. Fourth, consider whether to delay the introduction of the fixed sum award until we have clarity from the Treasury on funding for HSS appeals, noting that this could take several weeks or months. And finally, note the revised application process. We'll come on to most of those, but in terms of D, we were just speaking about issues with the Treasury. Was there an issue here with the Treasury, and was it overcome?
Mr. Blake, no, I'm not aware of there being any Treasury element to the conversation around this. As you say, the principles behind the key policy features of this submission had already, I think, broadly been established in Parliament as desirable. That the way the election had fallen meant essentially previous announcements were being implemented by ourselves as a new government. And the key aspect of this is obviously the presentation of a fixed sum for those cases where claimants would feel that that was the best course of action for them, effectively offering an expedited fixed sum so as to be able to get compensation and redress to people as quickly as possible. And of course, alongside that, if they believe that would not be an appropriate level of redress, the existing ability to have the individual assessment go forward.
The fixed sum seems to be in relation to the HSS appeals mechanism. We can come on to look at that shortly. If we scroll up, please, we see on page 2, confirmation from the Minister. Middle of page 2, thank you very much. It says, "Thank you for attending the meeting today. For the benefit of the chain, the Minister was content with recommendations A, B, C and E in the submission, but has asked not to delay the introduction of the fixed sum awards outlined in recommendation D." So the potential delay that might be caused in respect of the appeals mechanism was put to one side and the announcement made in any event. If we please scroll to page 1, we can see that you had reviewed the submission as well and agreed with Minister Thomas's steers. Do you recall that? Is that something you recall?
That's right, Mr. Blake.
Perhaps if we're able to, it's only been recently received, but the submission of the 22nd of July, it should have a unique reference number of BAYS 00012228. Thank you. It's going to come onto screen. I think it's a submission that we didn't have as at Friday's hearing, so I'd like to take you to it just to clear up a few matters that were addressed on Friday. So this is the underlying submission of the 22nd of July. We see there summary of the issue. This note seeks your agreement on delivering a fixed sum award to provide redress to postmasters participating in the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. The recommendation is exactly as we've seen in that covering email. Could we please turn over the page to page 2? Paragraph 6 addresses the £50,000 cap. I'm just going to read to you that paragraph. It says, from a public money perspective, the £75,000 will be more efficient to administer than the full claims process. If the £75,000 remains available to those who pursue the full claims process, there is a high risk that many more will choose this option, leading to greater costs and delays. We therefore recommended that claimants who reject the £75,000 should not be able to return to it if, upon full assessment of their claim, they are awarded a lower amount. Instead, we recommend that the award is capped at £50,000 or the value of the offer if it exceeds £50,000 to ensure fairness and help provide value for money for taxpayers. This is consistent with the approach on the GLO scheme, although there haven't been any instances of a claimant receiving lower than £75,000 in practice. This is a proposal that has been described as a jeopardy issue. It's been criticised by some in respect of the pressure that it places on claimants who may be elderly, may simply be wanting money as quickly as possible, and are put in a position where if they don't accept the £75,000, they are at serious risk of losing a considerable amount of money. What is your view on that?
So, Mr. Blake, the public policy perspective on paragraph 6 is obviously that in order to give people a route to redress as soon as possible, that's what the fixed sum process is there to do. And my view was always that that should be set at a level where, for most people who would consider that, that would be, a decent level of redress that they would feel was appropriate to the situation that they were in. Obviously, you're right to say when you have a choice between a fixed sum and an individual assessment, you wouldn't want there to be a sense of risk or jeopardy that pushed people to a course of action that they ideally didn't want to go under. So the £50,000 reference in paragraph 6, it is effectively a security cap. It's a floor by which you will be aware, if you're going through that process, that you don't risk, for instance, getting a sum of redress which is considerably below the 75k. So you will see, I hope, in each of the decisions made, an attempt to provide people with a genuine choice as to what is the fair course of redress for them, bearing in mind quantum of redress and the timescale at which they will receive it, but always trying through whether there's the 50k floor in this proposal, or, for instance, through the HSS appeals scheme that we've announced, a set of checks and balances that hopefully give people assurance that it's not an attempt to force people down a route that they wouldn't necessarily want to go down, but to give them some assurance.
And how about the consideration of value for money for taxpayers in setting the £50,000 level where it is?
Well, I think in every decision that you make as a government minister, you always have to have regard for the fact that this is taxpayers' money. Ultimately, you're making decisions on, and you want it spent fairly. But the key determinant, I would say, of the sums of money in this submission is what are the appropriate security if you went down the other route.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, because this submission may be new for a number of the core participants, I'll just read to you paragraph 9, which addresses value for money. It says, there will be an overpayment due to this intervention. There is a risk that very small claims could make up a significant proportion of expected late applications, and all would be entitled to £75,000. As of June 2024, the Post Office had paid approximately 600 claimants £5,000 or less, and have paid over 100 of these claimants less than £1,000. However, officials believe the measure provides value for money overall, as there are no lower cost alternatives that ensure equal treatment of the Horizon Shortfall Scheme and GLO claimants. Offering a lower or no fixed payment is unlikely to reduce the overpayment risk and may increase the total costs to the government. The £75,000 fixed payment also reduces the administrative costs of resolving potential appeals due to under-settlements. As set out above, it also mitigates some of the criticism that the Horizon Shortfall Scheme applicants have underclaimed due to the lack of upfront legal advice and problems with the consequential loss guidance. Does that summarise for you the position in respect to the value for money?
Yes, Mr. Blake, I've always accepted there will be, in cases, some cases, effectively an overpayment relative to the actual financial loss. But I think we would all accept, when you consider what the post office, what the UK state has put some of these people through, there's a wider set of factors to consider, and that the kind of approach articulated in paragraph 9, whilst yes, on the one hand, there would be some people who could nominally be said to receive a considerable sum in relation to the shortfalls that they had been held accountable for, when considered in aggregate, this is a fair and reasonable approach.
Thank you. If we please turn over the page and scroll down to paragraph 16. Paragraph 16, about halfway through that paragraph, says officials have discussed a potential closure date of the 31st of March for the Post Office, but this timing may need to be reviewed. You will receive separate advice on scheme closure date in the next few weeks. We're going to come on shortly to the closure dates of both the Horizon Shortfall Scheme and also the GLO. Are you able to confirm whether you did or receive subsequent advice on this issue?
Yes, I've received, Mr. Blake, a further advice note on the potential closing dates for some of the compensation schemes.
Thank you. If we scroll over the page, please, there's a section on legal costs. That's in respect of the advice that's provided to applicants to the scheme. The current policy on the historic shortfall scheme legal costs is that the Post Office will reimburse reasonable fees for postmasters to seek advice on their offer for compensation. For those who wish to accept the £75,000 fixed sum, either as a top-up, where they have already settled their claim below this amount, or those who have not yet settled, we do not think that the cost of legal advice should be reimbursed. This is because the value for money is diminished by incurring significant expenditure on claimants' legal fees. Legal involvement will slow delivery down, and postmasters who settled below £75,000 have already had the opportunity to seek legal advice and are now being offered a higher amount. Can you assist us then? Why is it that applicants who accept the fixed sum award should not be provided with legal advice?
So, Mr. Blake, the intention of this point of the policy, from my point of view, was always that I believed people who were able to make a very clear personal choice that they would be in a satisfactory position to accept the fixed sum award would be able to do so, and the point in relation to legal advice was really to continue with the aspirations that could be delivered at a significantly faster pace than previous compensation had to date. It was always my belief that, and is my belief, that anybody who has a more complicated case, who believe they were borderline in terms of whether the £75,000 fixed sum would be adequate redress or not, would go down the route of individual assessment. And this was simply a way of getting appropriate redress to a significant group of people as possible who'd be able to make that decision without the regard to their own legal advice.
Do you recognise the risks that have been articulated in the inquiry about certain individuals who might fall slightly above the £75,000, say £85,000 or £95,000, and don't take legal advice and end up in a worse position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think whenever there's any kind of threshold in public policy, it's always people close to or above or near on that threshold that some of these particular issues will emerge from. You referenced in your previous question the fact that a number of the claims would technically result in overpayment if they went down the fixed sum route to redress. So my assumption here has always been that there'll be a significant, and is a significant group of claimants for whom this decision is relatively straightforward, and anyone in that more complex position would go down the route of individual assessment. And in fact, we'd have greater capacity to give those people appropriate redress at the pace they needed it at, if we were able to free up capacity to do so because of being able to offer a significant fixed sum award to people who were in a position to make that decision quite clearly. I would say just in relation to that, I'm aware that there has been, at various times, particularly in the public domain, criticisms about, how many different stages of this process involve, different sets of lawyers and the costs of those. That has never been a factor in a decision, like this. I think when you look at the scale of this injustice, you wouldn't want to in any way limit access to legal advice as part of that. This was simply about how to appropriately run the compensation schemes.
Thank you. Paragraph 19 says there is a risk that not offering legal advice will be criticised as unfair on postmasters, given previous commentary about low levels of legal representations for claimants in the Horizon Shortfall Scheme. However, as this intervention will benefit postmasters and is intended to be delivered swiftly, it is a defensible approach that ensures the benefits of the policy are fully realised, and we recommend that approach. A separate decision to introduce an appeals mechanism would also help here. Can you assist us? What is the current position on the appeals mechanism so far as you're aware?
Yes, so we have made the announcement that we will accept the advisory board's request for an appeals mechanism. That work is proceeding at pace. I believe, and I hope you will understand that I have to formally announce any new initiatives to Parliament itself, but I hope to be able to have some of the details able to be presented to the House of Commons in a very short period of time, certainly looking towards the very beginning of next year.
Thank you. In terms of the fixed sum, we've heard some evidence about concerns for those who sign up to that fixed sum, that they're waiving any rights to an appeals mechanism that they're not yet aware of how it will work. What's your view on that?
Well, you will have seen in the bundle the reference to this that I made in an oral statement I made to Parliament shortly after becoming the Secretary of State. In that statement, I talk about how the appeals mechanism is in design there to make sure people who feel that there hasn't been appropriate consideration of all the evidence, they've got new evidence, can then have that considered through that appeal process. In practice, I believe that appeal scheme will be open to anyone who is dissatisfied with the result of their claim. Given the appropriate safeguards, caps, and a process that's in place already, I'm not sure that will be too large a group of people, but I think it is an important safeguard in the system to have. But effectively, just to repeat that to be clear, I see that as being available to anyone under the HSS scheme who is dissatisfied with the result of their claim.
Might that include those who accepted the fixed sum?
Not those who've accepted the fixed sum, or I believe that would result in insufficient capacity in that scheme to deal with the kinds of cases we're most interested in making sure have again had that full, speedy and effective redress.
Could we please turn to RLIT 40413, please?
Before we do, Mr. Blake, could I just ask one or two questions about this myself?
Absolutely.
First of all, in relation to paragraph 19, since it's still, was on the screen, this is one of the things that's going around in my head, Mr. Reynolds, so I'd like your help with it. My understanding is that under this HSS scheme that operated before fixed offers were introduced, once the scheme got to the point where an offer was made to a claimant, he or she, that is the claimant, at that point could take legal advice and be recompensed for the cost of it, subject to a limit, about whether the offer should be accepted or not. All right? Now, in a sense, all that's happening with a fixed sum is that an offer is being made at a much earlier stage because many of the steps leading to an offer have been left out. So I'm still struggling to see why there's a blanket refusal to allow legal advice about the offer of £75,000. I take your point, Mr. Reynolds, that for many people, the answer will be obvious. And in those circumstances, I think you can reasonably assume that they wouldn't bother with legal advice. But there are going to be some cases where there are difficult decisions to be made. And it's quite tough, I think, and I'm expressing a very provisional opinion, to think that the claimant in those borderline cases either has to make a decision without legal advice or pay for it themselves. So my question to you is, why is it a blanket no recompense for legal advice as opposed to a more nuanced policy which would allow for, shall we say, the obtaining of legal advice when it's obviously a borderline case?
Yeah, thank you, Sir Wayne. Look, I know you've taken a particular interest in this matter quite rightly. I would say the view in terms of the submissions that we received that became the policy was that to involve legal advice in such a way in the fixed sum would go against the objective of having a route to redress that was speedy, straightforward, easy to deliver at pace. I have always been of the view, as I said to Mr. Blake earlier, that anyone with any perhaps complexity or grey area in whether that would be the appropriate route for them would anyway go down the individual assessment route and take the offer of the funded legal advice. That was part of that. I appreciate what you're asking specifically, I think, is why not have an area, a bit of discretion in that, in terms of those particular cases. I think that is a very reasonable point, and I can assure you that we are looking very much to the work of this inquiry in terms of lessons for the future and whether there would be the need when dealing with schemes like this, or indeed this one, to take account of that. So I take on board your feedback on that point very much.
Well, I'm not making a recommendation in advance, Mr. Reynolds, I assure you, but I did want to clear my thought process at the very least about that. So thank you very much. And could we go back to paragraph 6, please?
Yeah, that's page 2.
And it's the sentence, 4 lines down. We therefore recommend that claimants who reject the 75K should not be able to return to it if, upon full assessment of their claim, they're awarded a lower amount. Fine, all right, I'll park that and think about it. But there's an intermediate position, isn't there, which I want to canvass with you again, because I'm sort of having these ideas floating in my head. The £75,000 is rejected, and the claimant goes down the route of full assessment. But long before he or she gets to full assessment, he or she realizes, A, that his claim may not be as valuable as they thought, or B, just out of frustration, they're fed up with the process. there's no getting off point, as I understand it. Once you reject the 75k, you've rejected it once and for all. You can't change your mind, shall we say, 3 or 6 months later, but long before any offer is made to you. Is that reasonable, do you think?
Well, so I believe that is the position.
Yeah.
I have to be frank, I've never considered a situation properly where someone is in that place where they may wish, before the final determination is made, to change their route to redress. So I think that is an interesting proposition. I think you'd have to, in order to maintain the objectives here of the two routes to redress, decide when and how that would be appropriate to do so. It would also be my aspiration, to be frank, that compensation redress is delivered at such a pace that there aren't significant periods between the claim coming in and the money going out the door to pay for that redress. But that is unfortunately the situation we have with a number of the claims. So I think there'd have to be some appropriate safeguards in place as to when that were possible. But it is something that could happen if that would be where we believed we needed to make an alteration, again, to provide the right redress to people at the pace that they deserve it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Blake. Back to you.
Thank you very much. If we could return then to that Guardian article, it's RLIT 40413. It addresses the potential deadline, and this time it addresses the GLO scheme rather than the Horizon Shortfall scheme, but I'll just read you a few passages. Post office operators affected by the Horizon IT scandal will not all receive payouts by March 2025 deadline called for by the campaigner Sir Alan Bates. The Postal Minister has admitted. Gareth Thomas said it would be difficult to achieve the deadline, but promised there would be substantial progress towards clearing the compensation claim backlog by next summer. And he says a little further down, I wish I could commit to Sir Alan's time frame, said Thomas, speaking to BBC Breakfast on Wednesday. I think we will have to have made substantial progress by next summer. Are you in the same position that you're not able to commit to a time frame? And if so, when do you anticipate?
Mr. Blake, I've thought about this a great deal, and obviously anything put forward by Sir Alan in particular is something I'll consider to a significant degree. The position I'm in is I'm trying to make sure people get redress for a horrendous scandal. And that's an important job of work. At a minimum, I don't want to do anything that makes that injustice even worse. And the worry about a deadline, can you imagine a situation where, for whatever reason, a claim has not come in? I think it would be unconscionable to say that is not going to be considered. Now, where I really do share Sir Alan's frustration is in the fact that the real significant delay in the GLO scheme is in the claims arriving in, because of the preparation for them. So I share all of Minister Thomas's concerns, but the last note I sent to my own officials was to say that if there was a situation where we were still going into next year frustrated at the lack of claims coming in, even though I've got those concerns I've just articulated, I may wish to go forward with something like that, that would make clear I've got to have those claims in order to get people the redress and the justice that they deserve. Now, I'd obviously want to make sure I was putting myself in a position where I wasn't committing any further injustice in future. But if my frustration at those claims not arriving in the department meant that I felt that was the only way to speed those up, and I felt that that wasn't going to prejudice any individual claim based on the information that I had, it will be something that I will consider, because obviously I want to get redress to these people that they deserve as soon as possible.
Have you done any blue sky thinking, either in respect of the Horizon Shortfall scheme or the GLO, or in respect of any of the other schemes, as to whether matters can be sped up, whether it's by lowering the evidential burden or in some way making it easier and quicker?
We think about the pace at which redress is being delivered a great deal, and I said to you in my introductory answers that obviously we have seen an increase since the election, but that has always been, from my personal view, not in such a way that has reduced either the accuracy of the redress payments being made, or in a way which has meant that claims today are being dealt with to a different evidential threshold to ones in the past. I think there probably would be some judicial review, risk if that were seen to be the case. Where we've seen increases in the pace at which redress is being delivered, some of those are just old-fashioned issues of capacity and focus. As I say, it has been clearly an objective of the new ministers, of the new government, to make sure this is being done at pace. But again, I'd just like to reassure people that there's no sense of that being done at the cost of accuracy or a change to how cases are being considered relative to the past.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a new topic, which is the Post Office Horizon System Offences Act. It came in just before the election. I think you've said in your statement that you had some involvement. Can you assist us with what your involvement in that was?
That's right. I mean, people will be familiar with the challenge that the then government had, and we as the opposition were sensitive to, which was you have a large cohort of people for whom they were clearly wrongly convicted. There are two major problems with the traditional route to overturning those convictions, the criminal cases review process and commission. Well, firstly, that a lot of those people had lost all faith in the justice system, and I think we can understand why that would be the case. And second of all, the timeframes for where we had got to and extrapolating that out to where we would get to were for years and years. I mean, it was absolutely conceivable that if we had relied on the traditional constitutional route to doing so, many of those people would never have had the justice they deserved, and obviously would never have got then the redress that they deserved because they would have been at that point in the process. And so when I felt I had a good working relationship with the then Conservative government's postal affairs minister, Minister Hollenrake, when the potential, he approached me and told me that there was the potential for an act of parliament, very significant in constitutional terms, of course, to overturn these convictions. I was immediately aware of just how significant that would be and the reasonable concerns a lot of people would have about constitutional protections and oversight of that. But just looking at the problem, it was clear to me that was really the only vehicle that we had to deliver justice. And so you will, I think, appreciate, in any political context, you've got to consider not just the here and now, but what are the precedents people might take from that. I think we'd all say we wouldn't want a system where there were, where it was a common occurrence for acts of parliament to overturn the courts. I mean, that is not an easy or attractive proposition to have. So I really led conversations on our side of the aisle within the Labour Party about why I believed this was the best and only vehicle available to doing that. And between ourselves, I believe we secured the cross-party agreement that was necessary. I mean, I should say at this point we had no idea a general election was coming, so we didn't know it would be part of the expedited process that happens when an election is called to pass, the so-called washer procedure, when legislation goes through much quicker than it usually does. And I think if you looked at some of the Hansard exchanges around that, we very much tried to indicate the unique circumstances that had led to this position being reached, and the cross-party agreement that lay behind that, and some of those protections we thought were necessary around that. But I will say, Mr. Blake, I'm very much aware in a year, 10 years, 50 years, whatever, there'll be people who'll say, that was not the right decision because of the constitutional precedent, which I don't believe it did set, by the way, a precedent because of the unique circumstances of this. But I know people will maybe cite that in future. But I absolutely believe without that cross-party agreement and breakthrough, we'd be in a position here today where this cohort of people would not have had their convictions overturned and they would not be receiving redress.
Are you able to provide us with any update as to how many people have been contacted in respect of that legislation?
Yes, Mr. Blake. So you will be aware of, something, to be frank, at the time when we were having these discussions, and it wasn't until I'd become the Secretary of State and was several weeks into the job that I became aware of, which is the Ministry of Justice, which obviously, to the judicial system, held the records for this group of cases, was not in a position to speedily inform this cohort of people of their eligibility, that the convictions have been overturned and their eligibility for redress. I'm really aware of the fact that this whole issue is an example where there's a sense of different bits of government, different bits of the state not accepting accountability. So when I talk about my frustrations with the records, it's not me in any way passing blame or the buck for that, but I simply wasn't aware that it wouldn't be relatively straightforward, having had this breakthrough, to contact these people. For the people in the Horizon Convictions Redress scheme, there are 172 claims that have been received. That is up considerably, obviously, because it's a relatively new scheme. Full and final settlements under that scheme are now at 36, but there's still a significant number of people, therefore, who haven't had those interim claims. Because of the problems with the records, we've made a direct appeal for people to contact us directly and go into the system, though I again appreciate they will say, why don't you have the records to contact us? And we are regularly in touch with the Ministry of Justice about their efforts to identify specifically claimants. The nightmare scenario would frankly be someone receiving a letter who wasn't eligible to receive it. But it is a frustration, and again, I would repeat the point that people who are in this position can contact the government directly in order to go into the system, and that the Ministry of Justice is working at pace on their side of this to make sure they're identifying the right people.
You spoke about those who aren't eligible. We've heard some evidence in relation to a category of people who aren't covered by the legislation. That's, for example, those who appealed but who refused leave to appeal, or whose appeals were rejected. And as a result of them having previously appealed, they are then cut out of a scheme that overturns the convictions of those who didn't even go to the appeal stage. What is your view on that position?
So the specific criteria for eligibility under the Act of Parliament, obviously that was decided by the previous government, but we were aware through the parliamentary exchanges of the decisions that were taken. I think the two most significant ones were this cohort of people, so people who had already been able to go through the justice system but had not had their convictions overturned, the view being that they had already had the details of their case assessed in that way. And the other cohort were people who were not prosecuted by the Post Office. They were, for instance, by the Department of Work and Pensions, where there would be a different set of factors, different position in terms of obviously the well-known failure of disclosure process by the Post Office wouldn't apply to them. They'd be in a different position. I should say as well, of course, that the devolved governments passed their own legislation because of the devolved nature of justice across the United Kingdom. But specific to the cohort you referenced, Mr. Blake, I believe that the previous government assessment was they would already have had their individual circumstances assessed and therefore in a different position to the majority of the cohort who were then needed this legislation in order to have their convictions overturned.
And how about that other group that you identified, those who are prosecuted by other agencies?
So again, I believe, if I recall the conversations that were had and the exchanges in Parliament, that was based on a genuine sense that the circumstances of those cases were different, so there wasn't the same failure of disclosure that we were aware of in the Post Office prosecutions, and that frankly there would be within that cohort a greater number of cases where there were legitimate issues that had been pursued, and the blanket exoneration of the Act of Parliament wouldn't be the appropriate vehicle to include for those cases.
Thank you. My final topic today relates to the future of the Post Office. If we put aside what external consultants may be planning, so Boston Consulting Group, I think, have been involved in planning. We've heard about a strategic review from a company called Teneo. If we put those all aside, do you have any ideas as to how the post office might be changed to avoid a repetition of what we've seen in the past?
Yes, Mr. Blake. So, as I said in some of my earlier answers, I believe you cannot separate out the issues of justice and redress that this inquiry is rightly dealing with from those wider conversations about the future of the post office. I think the governance has to change. I mean, I think one of the most legitimate, questions that I get, from members of the public or constituents is the question of how did the post office not believe something must have gone wrong when all of a sudden after Horizon was introduced there was this huge spike in convictions. What did they think was going on? And I think you have to assume that what they thought was that Horizon was catching people rather than something could have gone wrong with the system, and it's just inconceivable that number of people were all of a sudden committing criminal offences and needed to be prosecuted. And so the governance model has to change. That has to be connected to the change in the business model, where postmasters have to earn more money from the services the public want. I want to say specifically, because I know it's come up in the media, that any question about the future structure, governance of the post office would not be this government just, for instance, on the point of potential mutualisation. It wouldn't be just passing it over and saying, look, there you go, you're going to run yourselves in a different way. We're very much aware that the structure and the business model has to change in order to be sustainable. There are obviously some particular issues like the funding of a replacement for Horizon, which couldn't be funded at the minute from the post office itself. So those issues have to be addressed before we then look to what the future relationship is. But I'm absolutely certain that the future has to be one that addresses the lack of trust, the lack of reciprocity, and genuine regard for people who are providing the front door services of the post office. And frankly, I believe anything should be on the table as to the right way forward around that. But as I say again, it has to come after we make sure the position of the post office is a long-term sustainable one.
Thank you, Secretary. So I have one or two more questions. We're very close to 11 o'clock. Perhaps we can take a pause.
Mr. Blake, I make it 10:59, and I'm sure that no one would regard it as disrespectful if we take a natural pause, which is now. So I propose to start the minute silence now, and people in the hall may stand if they wish or sit as they prefer. I am in a room on my own, so I will continue to sit down, but the minute begins now.
Secretary, so have you given any consideration to some fundamental issues, such as whether the self-sustainability, self-sufficiency model is ever a realistic ambition? We heard from one of your predecessors, Greg Clark, some novel ideas about a fundamental change to the type of company that the Post Office is some sort of public organisation that is not a private company. Are you able to assist us with your thinking on that?
Yes, Mr. Blake. I mean, as I say, I don't think anything should be off the table for the future. I think alternative governance models, mutualisation is one I think that's been in some of the media coverage, would have some particular advantages in terms of dealing with the specific breakdown of trust between different parts of the organisation and provide a route going forward. Some of the work that you mentioned, I mean, the distinction I'd have between, say, the Post Office's work with Teneo is that that's really about the kind of nuts and bolts of the business model. Where's money coming in? Where does it go? How can that change? What's the course of action required for the future? Whereas the Boston Consulting Group work with my department is really more about the kind of fundamental purpose as technology has impacted on some of the traditional services the Post Office operates. The future of cash, we're very keen as a government on banking hubs, which is not necessarily have to be run by the Post Office, but usually are. They are in my hometown in Staley Bridge. So there's a set of factors both for the Post Office as an organiser, as a business, if you like, and then its fundamental purpose, both being looked at by the appropriate levels of government. The future, in terms of what that structure might look like, and it could be something different. I mean, I give that some thought. You will understand, to address some of the problems I'm talking about, that can't just be a top-down decision from a Secretary of State. The aspirations around the Green Paper, which I think Minister Thomas mentioned, which we intend to publish next year, is a chance for that wider conversation, a national conversation, to be frank, about that. I believe as an institution, as a brand, there's still tremendous public affection for and desire for the Post Office to have a strong future, but we've got to consider all of these issues as to its future business and how it is run as part of that process.
Can you see a time prior to the Green Paper on which the inquiry could be updated as to your thinking?
I think we are certainly progressing conversations with the Post Office as to how they wish to make sure the business model side of change is progressing. And I think there will be the opportunity to update the inquiry about some of that. I believe the questions about governance are probably best suited to the Green Paper because, again, fundamentally we'd want to be getting the input of postmasters themselves at the front line as to what they would like to see, what would give them reassurance that the culture and effectiveness of the organisation was changing as part of that. But if there were any developments at a departmental level, I think it would be straightforward to be able to provide the inquiry with an update to that regard.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. There are a small number of questions from core participants. So unless you have any questions, I will turn to...
Yes, please do. If I have any at the end, I'll ask them at the end, all right, Mr. Blake?
It's Mr. Steen.
Mr. Reynolds, my name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters affected by the scandal. They were engaged in, many of them were engaged in the High Court case, the Glow litigation, as we call it, in 2019. And the spread of people I represent include people that were not sub-postmasters, but also managers, people working in branches, and importantly, at least for today's discussions as regards what's going on strategy-wise for the Post Office, people that are still serving as sub-postmasters. In the answer to Mr. Blake's question just a second ago, which was about the timing or timeline for the delivery of a Green Paper, and your answer, which was that you felt it was best put within a Green Paper. You're a very experienced, long-term serving politician. Also, currently, you're in place as the Minister in charge of DBT. Can you give us the actual timeline, likely timeline, for such a Green Paper?
So the aspiration for the Green Paper that Minister Thomas referenced in his evidence is for next year. I'm afraid I can't give you any more specific guideline than that, but if it would be appropriate, can check with the department and maybe write if we've got an indicative part of how we believe that will be ready. I should say that that's simply because you'll be aware some of the very earliest, most significant priorities of the new government have been delivered by the Department of Business and Trade, the Employment Bill, for instance, or the Investment Summit. So please don't take any sort of sense that it's not an urgent priority. It's just that the number of things the department's had to do in the first 3 to 4 months of the government have been extensive. But the conversations we're having about the future of the post office, which are almost on a weekly basis in the department, should be an indication of just how significant we see this work, and it would be my aspiration, given I think the level of national interest in the future of the post office, to have that available and start that conversation as soon as possible.
We've had a number of witnesses recently that have said things just as the way you've just said them in a way, which is we aim to do things really quite soon, we're getting on with it, and so on. Can you give us even a time bracket for delivery of a green paper? As an example, next year?
Yes, next year, that's the
right. First half of next year, second half of next year?
It would be my personal aspiration for the first half of next year.
Now, you understand that this inquiry was set up with terms of reference, which included, obviously, learning lessons from the criticisms made by Mr. Justice Fraser in the High Court, and also assessing whether the processes and information provided by Post Office to postmasters are sufficient. So I'm reading from the terms of reference. So the processes and information provided by Post Office are sufficient to enable both parties to meet their contractual obligations, to enable postmasters to run their businesses. This includes assessing whether Post Office's related processes, such as recording, resolving postmaster queries, dispute handling, suspension, termination, are fit for purpose. In addition, determine whether the quality of the service offer for postmasters and their relationship with Post Office Limited has materially improved since the conclusions reached by Mr. Justice Fraser. So the terms of reference of this inquiry are not just historic. The word "are" means currently. And at the moment we're in this rather odd position, which is this inquiry has been now running for a number of years. There have been grave difficulties with disclosure, obtaining of material that have contributed to the length of this inquiry. And the judgment at the High Court in 2019, which was a seminal judgment, criticising, two judgments, sorry, in 2019, heavily criticising the Post Office, is the starting point for this inquiry. Yet we hear from you that the changes to take place within the Post Office, the ones that you spoke about at 11 minutes past 10 this morning, which are about a new business model, about the new direction of the Post Office. We hear from you and other witnesses that these are still yet to take place. So that means that the terms of reference of this inquiry are simply, we are going to submit to the inquiry chair, not going to be complete until we know, until we can see and examine what is happening to the Post Office. How is this inquiry going to be able to examine whether the new model that you've discussed, Mr. Relton's called a change in polarity of the Post Office, how are we going to examine that, Mr. Reynolds, considering all of these discussions are ongoing at the moment and that we may get a green paper somehow in the first part of next year?
Well, I can understand the frustration that underlines a question like that. Frankly, I can't speak for the previous government, although I would say on all of this we've played this completely straight without any politics, trying to be cooperative in opposition and then continue some of that work into government. So I can't speak for how significant the conversations were, before the 4th of July. I can only say for our part, if you look at the first 3 to 4 months, there was an urgent need, first of all, to make some of the decisions we've been through this morning on the redress scheme for the overturned convictions following the legislation, the appeal scheme, the fix-em awards, the work around the capture system as well. There was an immediate need around the issues of redress to respond to that. I believe potentially the previous government may have been looking for some sort of steer or guide from this inquiry, and you quite rightly make the point that you see that as part of the process itself. But I do know in terms of the speed at which we've been looking not just at the issues of redress but the future and some of the decisions that are going to be in the public domain fairly soon, that sense of transformation is happening now. And I respect very much your point that you'd like to be able to assess that for a plan now. I don't think, to be frank, in opposition, that plan could have been drawn up in any adequate level of detail. But if you are telling me specifically that you feel that needs to be expedited in order to be a part of the kind of consideration that you're having in this inquiry, I understand that very much and can tell you that will inform my decisions going back to the department. But I don't think, given where we are sat here today, we could have increased the speed any further than we have, either for redress or the future business model of the post office.
Are you, Mr. Reynolds, are you prepared to return to this inquiry? It's a matter for Sir Wynne to decide. But if Sir Wynne, as an example, would wish to hear from you again, and possibly Mr. Thomas, the Post Office Minister, and hear as to progress and changes being made, are you prepared to return?
Of course, if Sir Wynne wanted me to return, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Now, compensation issues. You, at one point in dealing with a question from Sir Wynne, you thanked him for his feedback. Again, we're left in this odd position. The length of time it's taken to get to where we are regarding compensation means that we're about to close the evidence of this inquiry as of this moment, unless Sir Wynne directs otherwise, this week. We get to closing submissions through the remainder of the year. We have oral submissions in, I think, 16th, 17th of December. I'll be corrected if I have that date wrong. That means, in effect, that the oversight of compensation issues directly from this inquiry essentially is going to go, unless Sir Wynne directs otherwise, to return to these matters in another hearing date. That also means that the questions of the appeal mechanism, the question of whether the thresholds are correctly placed, or the question of whether lawyers should be allowed to advise people that have justifiable claims but perhaps don't realise the extent of them, those won't have the inquiry's oversight. How are we to determine whether, in fact, you and your colleagues are going to be doing the right thing about these issues? Can we have a commitment from you to report back as to the changes that you are going to make on those very self-same issues? That is the threshold question, the access to lawyers, date of the appeal mechanisms. Can we have that commitment from you, Mr. Reynolds?
Well, I can give you a commitment that we keep the performance of all of the compensation schemes under review. I'm very sensitive to the fact that Sir Wynne was clear he's not making a specific recommendation under any of those schemes. Of course, it has always been my view that the work we do as ministers, both in relation to the compensation schemes and the future of the post office, will of course have a considerable and indeed total regard to the findings of this inquiry. So you ask a slightly different question, which is about keeping the review and potential changes to those schemes available while the inquiry is going on. So I'd have to be guided by Sir Wynne in relation to that.
See, there's a bit of a trap here, Mr. Reynolds. What's happened is that there's been delays to those schemes. We've had witness after witness saying there have been problems with getting these schemes worked out, problems in setting them up, difficulties in assessing their breadth, and so on. A litany of problems that have delayed the activities of those schemes. But that delay itself has now led to a lack of potential oversight from Sir Wynne. So there's a trap that's been set up by a failure to grasp the issues. So what we need is, rather than you saying, well, you've heard Sir Wynne, we need a commitment to change on those very self-same issues. Now, we can ask, of course, Sir Wynne to, frankly, give an interim report or set out his own view on these matters. That will be a matter for him. What we need is you to say, there are problems here, we need to resolve them, and they need to be resolved in favour of sub-postmasters. Now, I've called this before with other witnesses, a spirit of generosity. Forgive my voice, it seems to be going today, which is an unfortunate problem for an advocate. But I've called it the spirit of generosity, that decisions such as this should be made in favour of the sub-postmaster. And they need to be made in favour of the sub-postmasters, frankly, sooner rather than later. Don't you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. And I would say, if you look at the actions we've taken to date, I think we can demonstrate that through each of the decisions that we've made, whether that's the approach to the publication of data under the different redress schemes, whether that's the openness around the capture report that we published, whether it's the changes with the route to fixed some compensation or the appeal scheme, or indeed the redress scheme for overturned convictions. So where there is a need, where I receive direct feedback that there's part of the scheme, perhaps through the evidence this inquiry or a direct approach to me, where I believe there are changes that need to be made, I think we've demonstrated that we will make them, and we remain open to doing so in respect of any part of the system of redress if we feel or receive evidence that it's not working as it should.
Sitting just two across from me is Mr. Enright. He is partner at Howe & Co Solicitors. He's been involved in this matter, and his firm's been involved in this matter for many, many years. Are you prepared to meet with him to continue to keep an eye on these very self-same issues directly, so that he can discuss with you the progress and report back as far as he can the information that you give him as to these issues?
Yes, more than happy to give that commitment.
Can I turn then to Fujitsu and its role in this matter? Fujitsu has Mr. Patterson, who is the European director of Fujitsu, has come along to the inquiry, has given evidence in select committee. There's been an apology from Fujitsu for its role within this scandal. Just pausing, Mr. Reynolds. Now, we've asked questions of Mr. Patterson, which is to what extent is Fujitsu prepared to put its financial muscle behind redress? Now, redress comes in two different ways. Fujitsu have said that they would consider contributions towards compensation, but they will not do so until the close of this inquiry. Okay? That appears to be their current position. Mr. Patterson is giving evidence about such matters later on today. Have there been any approaches from Fujitsu to government to actually set out the structure of what it is proposing by way of contributions to compensation?
So no, I've not received any specific information in relation to that. My understanding is the same as yours, that there's been an acceptance of, I believe the phrase used was a moral responsibility to make a contribution, but that they were waiting for the findings of the inquiry before taking that forward. I would welcome to see what the evidence will be in the remaining sessions, but I have always envisaged at some point those kind of conversations being necessary.
Well, can we try another way round? Has the government, to your knowledge, that's in the last 4 months, under your own leadership at DBT, or to your knowledge prior to Labour government, has the government reached out to Fujitsu and said, well, hang on, we are spending an awful lot of money on compensation, you've made a promise it seems to contribute. Why are you waiting the close of this inquiry? That seems to be running out the inquiry so that you're not under observation. Has the government done that? Has the government approached Fujitsu?
So I have not had that direct conversation. I am not aware if officials have had it at that level. It was genuinely always my understanding that the inquiry would conclude before that element would be addressed.
Yes. Would you consider approaching Fujitsu? It's quite convenient Mr. Patterson is here today. Maybe there's an opportunity, given time restraints in a busy timetable for a minister, just to have a word to set up a meeting.
Yes, I believe that will be a necessary meeting to have. I should say I've also been confronted with some rather unwelcome decisions I will have to make about the replacement for Horizon. The budget that I have walked in to find that being allocated, which is very, very large, and I think there are questions as to whether that is the right way forward that we're talking to the post office about. And frankly, the need to have further involvement with Fujitsu to make sure there is a transition between the existing system and what the future will be, which I believe neither Fujitsu themselves would ideally want to be involved in, and frankly I wouldn't ideally be in the position I'm in, where I might have to make a decision to extend that involvement in order to make sure that system is properly accounted for before a new system is in place. So there are some issues already of engagement between DBT and Fujitsu that will have to be there, and I'll say some of that is frankly less welcome than it would be, but that's simply the situation I've walked through the door to find.
Lastly, and only this, this scandal affected families. It affected people in small branches up and down the country. It affected the classic post office that we see in the high streets and the villages and the towns. It affected a lot of people living in these premises, their partners, their children, their education, their ability to consider their children's needs. And we know that there is a voice for children that needs to be expressed properly before this inquiry, which is that they're damaged as well. They feel affected by what's happened. They've been hurt. Their aspirations have been limited. Questions about their education need to be addressed. In other words, there is a need for a restorative justice that considers the wider implications of this scandal and what's happened. Now, we heard, I think, from Mr. McCaldrin that discussions have already taken place within government on this very issue. It's an issue that we, on behalf of the client group we represent, we've suggested that Fujitsu could contribute to. But actually, this might be something to be grasped by both government and Fujitsu, and really good work can be done here. It needn't cost that much, cost a bit. But it's about ideas. It's about making it possible for those families that have had such great difficulties. What's happening in that regard, Mr. Reynolds?
No, that's absolutely right. So the issue of wider family impact was very much on our minds when we came to office. We have commissioned some preliminary work around that. You'll understand a whole range of questions as to the kind of harms you're looking at, the kind of impacts, making sure the definition of family members is a modern one that understands families come in all shapes and sizes. You wouldn't want to commit further injustice by getting some of that wrong. You mentioned whether specifically Fujitsu could be a part of the answer to that. I think that is an interesting proposal. I wouldn't necessarily want to limit the involvement of Fujitsu just to that element of redress. But the impact on wider family members is something that is being looked at within government, yes.
I said I finished, but I really will. But I mean, we've made that suggestion to Mr. Patterson last occasion when he gave evidence. It's not a new proposal. So again, could that form part and parcel of the wider discussions? I mean, frankly, there's a need to restore the families back to what they hoped to be when they started their journey through the post office. And at the moment, that doesn't seem to have been grasped. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you.
So we have questions from Ms. Shah as well.
Sorry, I just can't hear Mr. Blake at the moment. Oh, hi, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, can you hear me now? Is that working now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Morning, Mr. Reynolds. I ask questions on behalf of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters. So Mr. Reid, in his evidence to the inquiry, said that he thought that the culture at the post office had changed and improved under his 5-year tenure as CEO, although that does not align with the key findings of Grant Thornton's report of the post office. There's no need to turn it up, but for the transcript, that report is POL 00448771. That reported earlier this year, and the key findings on page 13 include that there's an inability to unlock a unified purpose and shared ambition around a longer-term vision and strategy between POL and its shareholder. There's an unconscious bias around the lack of accountability. There's a lack of clear understanding of objectives, roles, responsibilities, and purpose. And that in relation to culture, there's a misalignment on accountabilities between Paul and DBT UKGI, which is culminating in a failing working relationship. Would you agree that these findings show that there continues to be significant issues in relation to culture and governance at the post office?
Well, thank you for that question. I would say, having been the Secretary of State for 4 months, I can't comment on claims from, the progress of the last 5 years. But I would say that we start from the position that things need to change extensively. As I've said in some of the previous answers with regard to the business model, the accountability, the governance structure. I think the job at the post office that is required is one of transformation, not accepting that things are in a position now that is to anyone's satisfaction. And broadly, I think that is something which is held by people involved at every level of the post office.
And just to pick up on something that Mr. Steen has raised, whilst the Grant Thornton review shows that there are continuing issues with the culture of the post office, 5 years after the GLO judgments, What confidence can this inquiry and the UK's postmasters have that once the scrutiny of the inquiry is removed, that the Post Office and that the government will ensure that culture and governance is improved? In other words, when the spotlight of this inquiry is turned off, is there not a danger that things will just revert to business as usual and this will remain a problem just too big, just too hard and just too expensive for government to solve?
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the right question. And when I talked about the nature of the job as I see it at the government level, being not just sorting out the routes to redress and the pace at which redress is received, but they can't be divorced from those wider questions about the future of the post office. That is what I mean by that. I think there is a danger, there is a perception that we could simply, even if we did a good job on redress, maybe not link it to the wider future and questions of transformation. I think it's an absolutely reasonable question. So the commitment that we have as a government is to deal with these things together, and I hope there's some assurance of that. Making sure that is held to, because I know government ministers change, they come and go, different people take over these departments. I think that is a job that will have to be held not just by the government but by Parliament. I think the Select Committee in particular will play a role in ensuring that. But I think we should all acknowledge that that is what success looks like here. It's not just about resolving issues of redress and justice, it's about the future of the Post Office. Playing the role I believe it can and should play in national life, but in a way which recognises just how wrong things had got in the past.
Okay. Well, this inquiry has shown the prolonged and consistent history of Post Office with government oversight, treating postmasters as subservient and unworthy, making choices that benefit Post Office as a company and that are detrimental to postmasters, and not valuing or listening to postmaster input. Would you agree that there may need to be a number of different cultural change initiatives run by or implemented by Post Office and government or your department in order to restore the confidence of a group of people that have been consistently failed?
Yes, I would agree with that statement entirely, and I would say that there absolutely has to be a position where people delivering, postmasters delivering services on the front line for the organisation, feel that the overall organisation itself is there to support them rather than to have what has clearly been an adversarial relationship, or one that has been lacking in trust, or one that's been lacking in respect, to be frank. And that is at the heart of what, when we talked about with Mr. Blake, some of the potential governance changes have to be a part of that. I think there's, the people I speak to who've been affected by this, fairly widespread recognition about the nature of a business model needing to change to provide greater remuneration to people delivering the services to postmasters themselves, and that will necessitate some quite considerable changes to the organisation centrally in order to do that. I think there's an open-mindedness to different governance models as to the right way to do that. I don't think anyone needs to be prescriptive at this stage about it, but I think you should always have sight of what's your objective in those changes. It's not governance changes for the sake of it. It's about what would produce that much stronger, healthier relationship going forward.
Okay, thank you. Well, we've heard from other witnesses to this inquiry that it might not be practical for government alone to play a more active role in the oversight of the Post Office due to the nature of the arm's length relationship. But would you agree that it could only be a good thing for there to be an increased oversight and transparency, and that this would be key in detecting and resolving any potential issues within the Post Office going forward?
So I would say this issue of how arm's length bodies and how government and UKGI functions is one that's got to be central to the conversation and the answers that we're having. Now, I honestly cannot tell you, having been a Secretary of State for no more than 4 months, whether I am confident that the arrangements of the UK state in this way will always work effectively, or whether this was just the wrong questions being asked, the wrong people, the wrong mechanism, or whether there's something more fundamental at stake in that. I would say that I look at a whole range of things that I have seen from the perspective of being a member of Parliament for over a decade, and obviously this is a significant one, but I think about Hillsborough, I think about Bloody Sunday, I think about We've recently seen around Grenfell, and I think there are some quite profound questions that we as a country have to ask ourselves that go beyond individual mechanisms for oversight as to how we establish and run these kinds of organisations. There are things that have been going, fundamentally wrong with how power is wielded in the UK, how accountability is provided for. So I think, yes, there are some specific questions around the future governance, structure and oversight, but I think there are some wider changes we've got to think about as a country, whether that is, there's been, I know as part of this inquiry, some conversation about how we would address in future historic miscarriages of justice and abuses of power, in whether there's a sort of different mechanism, standing mechanism we can have to do that. You'll know the government's committed to something called the Hillsborough Law, the duty of candor. I think all of these things are connected to each other, and whilst we've got to address the specific problems of this inquiry, there are some wider lessons that we've got to consider, because there have been too many cases in modern British history of fundamental abuses of power, and that is just how it is. And we've got to recognise that we've got to have the humility to recognise lessons have to be learnt from all of these things going forward.
Well, just to focus on the question of oversight, you might have heard the evidence of Sir Alex Chisholm on the 7th of November. In his evidence, he proposed an independent oversight committee with reporting obligations to the Post Office Board, the authority to write to the Secretary of State with concerns, and obligations to report periodically to Parliament. And in support of that, he states that whilst this would add an extra layer, the particular circumstances here where the Post Office Board has failed in its oversight responsibilities, which clearly lie with the Post Office Board and the Management Executive being a part of that. Their internal legal teams over many years have failed to provide effective service. Then that has caused a terrific breakdown of trust, not only with the sub-postmasters, but with the wider public. And he suggested that special measures are required because of the failings that the organisation have gone through. And just for the transcript, that's pages 167 to 168 of that transcript. Now, the NFSP has drafted a proposal for an oversight committee, which it has discussed with various key individuals within Post Office, government and others. Again, no need to turn it up, but for the transcript, that is WITN 003701110. I'm not sure if you've seen this proposal, but it says that the aim is to expand on the existing shareholder relationship framework that currently exists between the government and Post Office, whilst retaining its social purpose, to ensure a situation similar to the Horizon scandal is never able to occur again, whilst securing the future of the network. That it says that lack of expertise, scrutiny and accountability were key elements of how this scandal continued for so many years. It is therefore the aim of this proposal to bring together a committee of people with specific Post Office knowledge alongside those from a wider social perspective to ensure that the social purpose of the Post Office remains key. And then at page 5 of the proposed membership page 5 of the proposal, it outlines the proposed membership of the committee, and that includes postmaster representative bodies such as the NFSP, unions such as the CWU and Unite, representatives from the government, consumer champions, and representative bodies for groups who rely upon the social purpose of the Post Office, such as older people and people from economically deprived areas, as well as a temporary role for individuals who could offer advice on specific issues pertinent to the agenda, among others. So in light of this scandal, would you agree that it could only be a good thing for stakeholders to work together for the betterment of the Post Office in an open and transparent forum such as the one proposed here?
Well, look, I'll certainly look at that. It's clearly a thoughtful proposal responding to what we have seen. I would want to make sure that any governance change was, first of all, one that was going to be effective. I mean, on paper, the existing structure could have been effective, but clearly wasn't. I also wouldn't want anything which is seen to sort of be outsourcing responsibility for fixing these problems to a committee of people or whatever. I think that might be perceived as the opposite of what we're trying to do in terms of facing up to and providing redress in relation to this, and providing a future which is one where we got confidence we put these problems right. But the kind of thoughtful proposal you're putting forward. I can see where that has come from and what that would mean. So I promise we would absolutely consider anything of this kind in this way. It would also have to be consistent, of course, with any future governance or business model changes, but I appreciate the good faith nature of what you're putting forward, and it's something we'll look at.
So would you be willing to make a commitment then to discuss this proposal with the NFSP and others to explore this option and give the public and postmasters confidence in the future? Because you'd agree it's important to help ensure that the Post Office meets its social purpose as a government-owned company, rather than acting as a company with only profit as its goal.
I would absolutely be willing to meet anyone about the future of the organisation. I would say as well, whilst I can see the very good spirit and good faith nature of that proposal, fundamentally I think if postmasters felt that was something, but they still didn't have the power, they still didn't have a structure that gave them authority, and they would just be, the perception of that being a talking shop for grievances or not getting to the source of what had gone wrong here. I'd be cautious about that, but again, I can see, the positive nature of that proposal and where it's come from, and it's obviously worthy of further discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There is a small number of questions from Ms. Patrick. If I'm not going to get in trouble with the stenographer, can I propose that we take those?
No, I think, I'm sorry, it's over an hour and a half now, and I think small numbers of questions seem to become longer, not shorter this morning, so I think we need to take a break.
Thank you, sir. That's absolutely fine. After that break, we'll need to take at least a 15-minute break before Ms. Badenoch attends.
Yeah, fine. So what time shall we resume?
So perhaps if we take a short break now.
Yeah.
Say 5 minutes.
Well, let's make it 11:45.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Ms. Patrick.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning. My name is Angela Patrick. I act for a number of sub-postmasters who were wrongfully convicted and have since had their convictions quashed. I'm instructed by Hudjo solicitors. And I only have two topics to cover with you. The first is a question about mechanics almost. In phase 2, we heard evidence about handover from one administration to another and back again. And one topic that came up was the issue of a new administration not being able to access the papers of the previous administration. And I just want to ask you, Minister, has that practice changed?
Yeah, absolutely, really interesting question. So, bear in mind this is all still relatively new for the new ministers. That is my understanding, that we can't access papers and decisions from previous administrations. It comes up in a number of occasions, to be honest, particularly actually around in the department consideration of things like the trade talks and so forth. We have to refresh all of that as a new government. I would say specifically in relation to the post office, I've never felt that there's something I needed that I haven't had access to. Some of the broad policy decisions, for instance, setting up the appeal scheme for HSS, had already sort of been, they were in the public domain through the advisory board's recommendation. So it wasn't like there was something I felt we didn't know where it had come from or where it had originated, or a piece of information. And I think as far, well, certainly from my point of view, I would say I had a fairly good relationship with particularly Kevin Hollenrake, who'd been the Postal Affairs Minister before the election, and frankly the ability to talk or raise issues between us quite readily. So that is my understanding of our constitution, but I don't feel, or haven't felt, it's been a barrier for me in this case. In
practical terms, just to think about what that might mean, thinking about one or two of the topics that are still very much live, the strategic review and NBIT. If there had been, for example, some work done under the previous administration, a report produced or a piece of research or a piece of thinking that was set down in paper and in a drawer somewhere at the department, that couldn't be fished out and given to you as a minister, but civil servants would have access to it. Is that a reflection of the rule?
So I believe what you're describing is right, and I just want to say I don't consider myself an expert on this, having just been through it fairly recently. I also don't quite know the situation in relation to an arm's length body that is sponsored by the department that would essentially be doing its own work and then referring that back to the department for oversight or for decision making. But again, I would say I don't feel that there's sort of anything that I'm aware of that has happened or would be beneficial to know about that I haven't had access to. And when I have said in exchanges in Parliament, either in responses to questions from the oral statement or in departmental questions, some of the things I've shared with you this morning about the direction of travel I want to see the post office in, I've felt there's broadly a degree of consensus between the benches on that future direction, though I haven't had a sort of specific conversation with the former government about what they were thinking in terms of the future of the post office.
Thank you, Minister. The second topic I want to talk about is Mr. Steen raised the issue of families and compensation. Now, are you aware of an organisation called Lost Chances?
I don't think I am aware of that, no, sorry.
So there's an organisation called Lost Chances for Sub-Postmaster Children who represent the children of sub-postmasters who suffered as a result of the scandal. And were you aware that they had met with Paul Patson of Fujitsu on the 9th of August of this year?
No, I'm not aware of that meeting, sorry.
And since that date, Hudjo solicitors have been chasing for Lost Chances, chasing Fujitsu for follow-up on that action. Have you had any conversation or contact with Fujitsu since that date, in early August, to discuss precisely that issue?
No, I haven't had that, but I'm pleased, first of all, that conversation has happened, though frustrated to hear it obviously hasn't resulted in the follow-up that people would have wanted from that. And I'd be very happy to be, as a government, as a department, a sort of party to those conversations if that is deemed to be helpful going forward into the future. And I think, similar to the exchange we had earlier about possible options for redress in future, this is obviously an element of those, though I wouldn't necessarily limit the conversations with Fujitsu just to that, but I can see why this would be an area of particular and appropriate interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no further questions.
Mr. Reynolds, before you finish, can I just ask you this? I have heard evidence from some witnesses which suggests that, in effect, the post office cannot be rescued. Those are my words, not their words, but that's what it amounts to at the extreme end, all right? You have expressed quite firmly to me this morning at the beginning of your evidence that despite all the things that have happened, the post office should be preserved. So what I'd like, if it's possible for you to do, is to just give me the 2, 3, 4, whatever they are, bullet points, which lead, I take it, your government and you personally to think that it's worth preserving the post office.
Yeah, so that's an incredibly thoughtful question. I would say, despite the scale of what went wrong here, and it was very, very large indeed. I mean, people who recognise me, if they recognise me as a cabinet minister in the street, this will be one of the things they bring up, you know, that's on their minds, wanting to know what the progress is, what the pace of redress is, and so forth. Despite that registering with the public in this way, I do genuinely feel the public still want a post office. They still want the service it provides. When I go into, you know, the post offices in my local community, they're actually always pretty busy. You know, I think, as I say, the regret is that I don't think postmasters are earning appropriate remuneration from that level of business taking place. And frankly, when it comes to new initiatives like banking hubs, I think the post office has been, and in every case actually has been, the natural partner picked to run that in a local community. I think there is, fundamentally, a need for something, whatever you call it, whatever the future is, that is the post office on the high street, providing the kind of services that it currently does, and potentially some new things in the future. I think the big public policy questions like the future of cash in our society and the closure of high street banking in many communities, I think the post office is part of the answer to those other wider public policy concerns. And I do foresee potentially in future services that aren't currently delivered by the post office, the post office being a potential vehicle for delivering them in that way. But I think the future is definitely one that has, to be frank, a significantly smaller centre, and is based much more around power, authority and governance being provided to postmasters on the front line, really a central organisation serving those people in a way I don't think that's been the relationship leading into this scandal in particular. I would also say, to be frank, even when there are, I've had circumstances in my constituency, so where someone providing postal services, wishes to move on, retire, whatever, and you ask for, is there another business in the local community willing to provide these things? If that can't be found, there is still genuine regret amongst the public at the loss of those services. So I feel both the public demand and the policy rationale is still there, and that underpins these conversations and work that we're doing on what the future might look like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. I'm very grateful to you for taking the time to come to give evidence at the inquiry. All I need to do is to thank you for doing that.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, sir.
Right, Mr. Blake, a 15-minute break, yeah?
Yes, we'll need 15 minutes in which everybody clears the room, I'm afraid.
Right, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a drink or coffee? afternoon, Ms Badenoch. My name is Jason Beer and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you give us your full name, please?
My full name is Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you. You've provided kindly 2 witness statements to the inquiry. The first of them is dated the 26th of September 2024. Could you please open it? I think it's tab A2 in your bundle there. For the transcript, the URN is WITN 11480100. I think it's 9 pages in length, excluding the appendix. Is that your signature on page 9?
Yes, that is an electronic signature, but yes, I did sign electronically.
Thank you very much. And are the contents of that witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. And if you turn on a tab to your second witness statement, which is dated the 7th of October 2024, that's 14 pages in length, excluding the appendix. I think there's one correction to make. Paragraph 2 on page 1.
That's right.
Second line, should the date be the 26th of September 2024?
Yes, that's correct. That's the correction required.
Thank you very much. And is that your signature on page 14?
Yes, that is another electronic signature, but this is mine.
And is that witness statement with that correction brought into account true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. By way of background, I think it's right that before coming to Parliament in 2017, you worked firstly as a software engineer in the CGI group, is that right?
Yes, for a company called Logica CMG, which then became the CGI group.
Which is, I think, a Canadian IT consulting firm, is that right?
Not when I was there, but yes, I believe that is what it is now.
You then worked as a systems analyst, I think, at RBS.
Yes.
Is that right? The retail and commercial bank. And then I think you moved to be an associate director at Coutts, the private bank and wealth management firm. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then finally, before Parliament, you worked as the digital director at the Spectator magazine. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. You became an MP, the member for Saffron Walden, as that constituency was then described, in 2017, and I think you remained on the backbenches until July 2019, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
In July 2019, you took up the position of Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Education?
Yes.
And then from February 2020 until the 15th of September 2021, you were the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury?
Yes, I was.
And that was when Mr. Johnson was Prime Minister and Mr. Sunak was Chancellor?
Yes, that's right.
From the 16th of September 2021 until the 6th of September 2022, I think you were a Minister of State at the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities.
Yes.
You were the Secretary of State for International Trade and indeed the President of the Board of Trade between the 6th of September 2022 and the 7th of February 2023.
Yes, I was.
And then, most relevantly for us, from the 7th of February 2023 until the 5th of July 2024, you were Secretary of State for Business and Trade.
That is correct, yes.
And so it's that 17-month period, February 23 until July 24, that we're most interested in, you understand?
Yes, thank you.
And then I ought to record in the evidence that after the 5th of July 2024, you've been a member of His Majesty's Opposition, more recently Leader of the Conservative Party and therefore Leader of the Opposition.
That's right.
Could I turn back to the beginning then of the relevant period, February 2023? Mm-hmm. I think you tell us in your witness statement that you received an introductory briefing concerning the Post Office on the 21st of February 2023, is that right?
Yes.
And so that was about 2 weeks into your time as Secretary of State?
Yes.
What was your state of understanding about the issues concerning the Post Office, and in particular the Horizon scandal, before you took up your role as Secretary of State in February 2023?
No more than a lay MP. So I was aware that there had been an issue issue with the Horizon system, and I was also vaguely aware about the outcome of the court case, which was that an injustice had occurred and a lot of postmasters required redress. But the full detail of what had gone wrong with Horizon and what the postmasters had endured, I was not familiar with.
And so the previous ministerial and similar appointments you had held hadn't brought you into contact with the Post Office or the scandal in any substantial way?
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you. And so the common issues judgment, the Horizon issues judgment, the settlement of the group litigation, the overturning of convictions by the Court of Appeal in April 2021, the overturned conviction scheme, the Horizon shortfall scheme, and the GLO compensation scheme, all of the things that you were told about in that briefing of February 2023, they were essentially news to you, is that right?
In the sense that the detail of what they were was provided. I am sure that as of that time, I would have heard about schemes and references to them. But in terms of the detail, that was news to me. I was fully engrossed in my other ministerial roles. In fact, the only thing that's missing from it's very comprehensive. Yes, that I was Minister for Equalities from 2019 right up until July 2024. So I also had another ministerial job. So most of what I was doing was focused on my ministerial role and my work as a constituency MP.
Understood. Can we look at the briefing, please? It will come up on the screen. Bays 301061. You'll see this is headed Post Office Introductory Brief for the Secretary of State. You'll see that it's dated February 2022. I think that must be a typo because this was February 2023.
It could have been a typo, but it may also have been a lightly updated version of the standard briefing which they would provide to Secretaries of State.
And so still a typo because the date ought to have been updated.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Can we please look at page 2, an overview, if we just pan out a little bit, please. Thank you. An overview is given of the Post Office. You'll see, for example, on the last bullet point, it gives some dates, or a date of January 2023, so it is updated, perhaps even lightly. And these kind of facts and figures, these would have been new to you?
Yes, definitely.
And if we go over, please, to page 3, there's a diagram setting out the government's relationship with Post Office Limited. It records in the rubric that the Secretary of State became the sole shareholder in the Post Office Limited in 2012 by virtue of the Postal Services Act 2011. And then you'll see the boxes set out, 2 boxes on the left, 2 in the middle, and then 2 on the right. And on the left-hand side, 2 boxes, one within the other, one referring to you, the Secretary of State, and one referring to the Minister, Mr. Hollinrake. Did that position, as is set out in those boxes, reflect the state of affairs on the 21st of February 2023, i.e. the date of the briefing?
Yes, because if I can describe the nature of the machinery of government change, Kevin Hollinrake had already been in the Department for Business before it was joined up with Trade. So he was already carrying out that work. So effectively, the delegation existed even before he had come to the department. But what the main change was that I was becoming the Secretary of State for Business as well as Trade, and I was taking on the sole shareholder responsibilities.
I see. And so as at the date of this meeting, the 21st of February 2023, 5 functions were retained by you, the 5 bullet points under sole shareholder, namely board appointments, remuneration, post office's strategic plan, the funding envelope and the size of the network, but delegated to Mr. Hollingrake, ministerial oversight and the parliamentary spokesman.
Yes, but I'm not sure that fully describes how it would have worked. The 5 items which are listed as my responsibilities, Kevin would have also been working on them as well. So the delegation works in the sense that both ministers are aware of everything that's happening. He tends to, the junior minister looks at the detail, and I serve as an escalation point, usually given updates and decision-making capacity after he has provided advice to me based on what he thinks should happen. That was the main nature of the role delegation and responsibilities.
In your witness statement, let's look at it, please. It's the second witness statement. It will come up on the screen. So WITN 11480-200, page 3, paragraph 10. Thank you. You say 2 days later, on the 23rd of February, so that's after the meeting we've just looked at, 2023, I had another meeting with David Bickerton, at which it was suggested that post office business should be delegated to the Minister, Kevin Hollingrake. It was entirely normal at Secretary of State to delegate aspects of my large portfolio to ministers. And then you referenced a list of your ministerial responsibilities, which was indeed large. It seemed entirely sensible to delegate post office issues to Kevin Hollingrake, given his interest in and grip of the issues, and the fact he was already doing this work as Minister within Bays prior to the creation of DBT and prior to your arrival as Secretary of State, which you've just essentially said. So do we take it correctly from that there was essentially a further delegation beyond that which was described in the 2 boxes which overlapped, with 5 bullet points in the first box and 2 bullet points in the second box?
I think it would be more accurately described as a ways of working. So a more comprehensive restating of what sort of delegation I wanted to see. It was effectively the same sort of relationship that you would have had in any other ministerial department, where the junior ministers look after the detail. But this conversation, if I recall correctly, was just me restating my ways of working to David Bickerton and looking at just the sheer scale of what needed to be done, ensuring that we weren't dropping the ball on anything. Because as at this point, I was still carrying out all of my duties as Trade Secretary. So I was effectively taking on the work of 2 departments, and I was quite concerned about how much needed to be done on the post office, and I wanted to make it clear that Kevin had authority and they shouldn't wait for everything to come to the Secretary of State. That's one of the things that does tend to happen, where even when a junior minister has opined on things, people wait for the Secretary of State, and that ends up slowing things down. So it was a restating of how I saw the delegation working.
This paragraph here refers to the delegation of post office business, or the delegation of post office issues to Kevin Hollingrake in the second and about the 7th line. Was that delineated in any way, i.e. which things you were formally delegating to him?
I don't believe so, because I was still the official decision maker. So delegating, from my perspective, apart from the parliamentary work, carrying out oral statements and so on, was the day-to-day work on the post office, meeting people. So the meetings, going to the board meetings, for example, talking to the staff within the Department of Business and Trade. So the day-to-day ministerial work of the post office was for him to look after, and then the decision points would come to me.
So you retained formal responsibility for decision making. That wasn't delegated, but day-to-day business was.
I would, well, yes, that is correct. So I retained formal responsibility for decision making, but I also allowed him to make decisions and then let me know what he had wanted to do, and I would decide whether I needed to take a different option, which rarely happened. But I believe that all ministers should have the capacity to take decisions without constantly being micromanaged by the Secretary of State. So when decisions would come to me, it would often be because there might have been a difference between what Kevin wanted to do and official advice, and I would need to decide which way to go, or if he just wanted me to be aware of conversations that had occurred before he ended up making a particular decision.
Thank you. Can we go back to the diagram, please, which was Bayes 301061. And look back again at page 3, please. You see after the Holling rate box, I'm going to call it, there is a line up to Post Office Policy Team and a line down to UKGI Shareholder Representative.
Yes, I do.
And within the Post Office Policy Team box, the first bullet point is setting overall policy direction for Post Office. Did the DBT Post Office Policy Team have the responsibility for setting the overall policy direction for Post Office?
Well, it depends on what you mean by policy versus what the officials mean when they've put that on the slide. Can you elaborate exactly when you say policy? How do you mean?
I can only go on the words on the page, Ms. Badenoch, which suggest that the Post Office Policy Team had responsibility for setting the overall policy direction for Post Office.
So I don't think that that is what they are referring to. Ministers decide policy, but the Post Office policy was decided long before Kevin and I had become ministers. I suspect what they were trying to say there was ensuring that they passed on what we were talking about in terms of policy direction onto the Post Office. But in terms of setting overall policy direction, that would happen at ministerial level.
So that's one issue, responsibility for setting, and you say that that rested with the politicians rather than the civil servants.
Well, yes. I mean, the funding comes from the politicians. The nature of what the Post Office should or shouldn't be doing comes from politicians. But this is one of the things that's quite interesting about the Post Office itself as an entity. It's one of those organizations that's neither fish nor fowl. It's not fully public service. It's also commercial. As the sole shareholder, as ministers, we can't get involved in commercial decisions. We don't often have the detail and the expertise. This is just one of about 30 other arm's length management organizations which we're looking at. However, the policy teams do have the time to carry out that bit of work. And remember, policy teams also carry out the research which advises ministers on what the options are, and then we decide which direction to take. So I suspect this bullet point is trying to explain to me what the policy team does, rather than trying to define to outside observers how the Post Office is being managed.
In the answer before last that you gave, you said that the policy team was, and I'm summarising here, more responsible for taking the decisions made by the politicians and passing them on or carrying them into effect.
Yes.
You'll see that there isn't an arrow coming out of the Post Office policy team box. And this isn't just me picking apart a diagram. I'm trying to actually understand, on behalf of the inquiry, what role the policy team had in setting the policy direction for the Post Office. If it was responsible for carrying into effect the will of ministers, how did it do that?
Well, this was one of the things which UKGI, for example, was doing as the shareholders. And
sorry to speak over you. I can understand that, but that's not what this diagram shows, is it? Here, the arrow goes down to UKGI, and it suggests under the first bullet point that its responsibility was to challenge the Post Office's strategy rather than setting it.
So I think that this diagram needs to be looked at in context. It is not a definitive diagram of exactly how everything works. It is really a short briefing document so that we can see how all of the teams are interacting and give a high-level overview of what it is they do. This PowerPoint is not a Bible for exactly how things should work. We, as ministers, will have multiple teach-ins where teams are rushing through in half-hour, one-hour meetings how an organization is put together and how it all works. But the real learning goes on over a longer period of time, not the half-hour meeting. So I wouldn't read too much into this diagram as the definitive sort of explanation of how things worked. You know, even as I described the delegation, this is simply what they're showing me on day one. This is officially what you do, here's our team, this is what we do, and so on and so forth. I would not use this diagram as a full description of how every single thing happened. It's a useful illustration.
You said that, in fact, UKGI had responsibility for carrying into effect the politicians' decisions as to Post Office's strategy.
No, that's not quite what I said. I said UKGI also carried out that sort of representation of what ministers wanted as shareholders' representative, but they were not a policy team.
Who did have responsibility for carrying into effect ministers' decision as to the policy direction of Post Office?
Well, it depends specifically on the issue. We have a team that has a director. There's a director general who covers the Post Office as well as many other departments, business areas, as well as arm's length bodies, British Business Bank being a classic example. And there'll be quite a few people within the policy team who have an interaction with the Post Office, sometimes at board level. But it's split amongst various individuals.
As between the Post Office policy team and UKGI, who had principal responsibility for for carrying into effect ministers' policy directions for Post Office?
Well, again, it depends on what specifically it is we are talking about. So,
I'm essentially asking: did the government use its representative on the board as the primary means by which it sought to influence the policy direction for the Post Office?
Well, quite often, the policy teams would also speak to the UKGI shareholder representative. So most of this day-to-day interaction was carried out by Minister Hollinrake. And I know that he was meeting our UKGI rep, Lorna, as well as our policy teams. So I saw them as being more integrated than perhaps the diagram would show. And I think that that's a natural expectation for the size of the organization. But in terms of setting policy, there were really just two things we were doing. One was trying to make sure that the Post Office did not fall over, looking to the future, the board representation, the future of the Post Office, and so on, and managing the issues that had come out of Horizon. And beyond that, there was very little new policy being created. So when we talk about policy, we're really talking about the day-to-day management of policy that has been set over a longer period of time. And this was something that worked together really well, broadly as a team, with Kevin leading.
Thank you. That can come down. Can I turn to my second topic, which is compensation and redress? You tell us in your second witness statement, let's turn it up, it's page 11. Page 11, paragraph 39. You say, right from my first briefing, I was concerned with the pace at which the compensation was being delivered. Kevin Hollingray also told me that we should be going faster and he needed some help from his Secretary of State to accelerate things. We had briefings on the issue with officials, and it was quite clear to me that we were allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time. Kevin and I wanted to get the money out there, and we were always given a reason why we couldn't. For example, officials suggested we should wait until the end of the inquiry so that we knew precisely what to do. I was adamant that we could not wait that long, and we had to get the money out. I was particularly concerned that postmasters would die waiting for compensation. I remember saying in one meeting that I don't want any of that happening on my watch, and that we needed to get the redress out to people before it's too late. I wanted to know what we could do to get the payments out the door, and said we needed to do whatever we could to make it happen. Can I ask firstly, as Exchequer Secretary for 18 months from February 2020 until September 2021, were you aware of any blockers in the Treasury to the payment of full and fair compensation?
No.
Was that something that crossed your desk, the payment of compensation and the provision of redress arising from the Horizon scandal when you were Exchequer Secretary?
It may have done, but I don't recall. Looking at that. I'm not sure that that sort of thing would have been the Exchequer Secretary's remit. So I'd be surprised if it did. The Exchequer Secretary didn't look at spending. It looked, the Exchequer Secretary's role is around economic growth and where money is coming from rather than where money needs to go to. So I would be surprised if that crossed my desk.
So that would be more responsibility for the CST, so the Chief Secretary to the Treasury?
Very likely, yes.
At this time, once you became Secretary of State, why were you concerned with, quote, the pace at which the compensation was being delivered?
Well, because after the briefing, and maybe during the briefing as well, Kevin had told me how he had been looking at this issue from the time when he was a backbench MP. And I was aware of the injustice, you know, just from reading newspapers rather than any parliamentary briefing. And I have seen this sort of thing happen before, where justice delayed is effectively justice denied. And I am more interested in making sure that we get things done rather than every single box is ticked. I feel that there is often too much bureaucracy in the way of getting things done because people are worried about process, they are worried about if things go wrong, them being on the hook for that. And so they carry out lots of checks and balances well beyond what I think is required in order to deliver the right outcome.
You say something along those lines in this paragraph here, the sentence about 5 lines in, we were allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time. Who was allowing bureaucracy to get in the way of redress too much of the time?
Well, the government machine. So I think I remember asking a question like, why can't we just give them the money now? If we know this, I can't remember specifically what we were talking about, but I just like to ask the simple questions. Why can't we just do this? And then I'd be told, well, there could be judicial review and the Treasury has these value for money requirements. And if we don't meet them, then we might end up having to go to court. So I just kept trying to find a way through. How do we, I put myself in the shoes of the sub-postmasters, that if I was this person or if I was a member of their family, what would I want? And in my view, what they would want is for the matter to be dealt with as quickly as possible and to be able to move on with their lives. And when I would have those sorts of conversations with officials, I would be told that, well, there's still an inquiry going on, and if you make a decision like this without going through all the checks and balances or without waiting for the inquiry to conclude, then you might have a problem later. But I thought that it was better to err on the side of ensuring that people got their compensation quickly, rather than making sure that we didn't get into any trouble for not doing it in the perfect way.
Thank you. I think in August 2023, you wrote a letter to the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt MP.
Yes.
Can we look at that, please? Bays 40808. You'll see it's not fully dated, dated XX of August 2023, but I think we know from other evidence that the letter that issued was dated the 9th of August 2023.
Okay.
The cross-heading is accelerating post office horizon compensation. And broadly, Ms. Badenoch, was this letter in pursuance of your strategy to try and get compensation paid quickly?
Yes, it was. And bearing in mind that this is now 5-6 months after the initial briefing, this letter is an expression of my frustration that things are still not happening. And when I ask officials shortly before I send this out, what do we need to do? They tell me that I need to write to the Chancellor. There's no other way of getting what I want in terms of delivering the compensation swiftly. So that's the reason why the letter is being written at this point.
You say Kevin Hollinrake and I are both determined that postmasters affected by the Post Office Horizon scandal should get proper compensation, and they should get it as rapidly as possible. You then describe in the second paragraph the three sets of compensation schemes or arrangements that were then afoot. And in the third paragraph, you say, this scandal ruined many postmasters' lives. The longer compensation goes unpaid, the more criticism we shall face, including from the Williams inquiry. If we were to fail to compensate all the GLO members in time, we would face severe criticism for all sides. Kevin and I have therefore been looking at ways in which we could radically speed up the processes. We've already made interim payments of £163,000 to almost all postmasters whose convictions are overturned, and we undertake only limited scrutiny of GLO claims for certain heads of loss under £10,000 and HSS ones under £8,000. We're looking to extend these measures substantially in relation to the GLO, which has started to receive claims. Over the page, please. Some of the options we are considering would actually save money on the cost of lawyers or other advisors than they would cost in extra compensation. Others do have additional costs. In my view, these will be well worthwhile in the light of the non-financial benefits of accelerating the schemes. In particular, I would like us to be able to offer a £100,000 fixed payment to every claimant who applies to the GLO scheme. I recognise that announcing this will create significant pressure to offer the same for HSS claimants, which we should consider separately, but I believe it's the right route forward for the GLO scheme. Such radical action would offer great advantages in terms of the speed of the process. The DBT accounting officer has expressed some concerns about value for money given the repercussive risk and raised the potential need for a direction for this idea. I welcome your views on the best approach, being mindful of value for money considerations and whether you agree that we should pursue this. And then there's a passage I needn't read. So it appears from this letter that by this time you and Mr. Hollinrake were fully engaged into the need for urgent compensation to be paid to GLO members.
Yes.
And this is essentially a joint letter. Is that right, from you and Mr. Hollinrake?
Well, it's my letter, but
yes.
We both agreed that this was the best way forward. He had come to me on one or two occasions saying that he was having trouble getting through to getting through to the Treasury and also separately getting officials to agree. So the reference to the DBT accounting officer is our permanent secretary, and he asked for my help, and I said I will go to the Chancellor myself and ask for this money and try and cut through the bureaucracy.
And so this is an escalation from him to you, essentially?
Yes, and this was my response to the escalation.
And a similar escalation in the sense that you're writing directly to the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
That's right.
Do you think you should have assumed this level of engagement immediately after your appointment in February 2023 or shortly thereafter?
No, I would not have known enough to have carried out this level of escalation. This is coming after multiple attempts, which I can't recall the full detail of trying to get compensation out, move quickly. So this letter is happening after a period of frustration that things still aren't happening. And I also remember a conversation where I was, advised to wait until the inquiry. This is the point I was referencing in the witness statement. And I am not one of life's natural bureaucrats. My view is that we just need to get things done, because if you don't, more problems will arise. And what I was seeing as I observed the way the department and the post office were carrying on was that we would just never get to the end of it. And I wanted to start seeing things happening. I had my own personal objective of making sure that we did right by the postmasters and we showed that we were delivering on the scheme as promised after the court case, and that we were just being seen to do the right thing. Being seen to do the right thing, in my view, is just as important as doing the right thing. Making explanations and excuses for why things take so long shouldn't go on beyond a few weeks or months. And that was my attempt to short-circuit the process and create options. So this was not a solution that we had got advice from. It was something that Kevin himself had recommended. So why don't we try this and see how far we get?
Presumably doing the right thing is actually more important than being seen to do the right thing.
Both of them are important. Doing the right thing when no one knows that you're doing it often creates different problems elsewhere. So as a politician, it is not enough to do the right thing. It's also important to be seen to be doing the right thing. Perception matters too. Otherwise, you lose trust.
In paragraph 47 of your witness statement, there's no need to turn it up. You say, Kevin and I agreed that we should prioritise getting money out of the door, even if this risked paying more than was due. Was that the approach that you were advocating, that speed should triumph accuracy?
Yes.
Can we look at the Chancellor's reply the same month, Bayes 40705? You'll see his reply, if we just look at the second page, just scroll down. You'll see it. It's a letter from Mr. Hunt. Go back to the first page, please. It's dated August 2023, and he says in reply to you, thank you for your letter of the 9th of August. That's one of the pieces of evidence that we can establish that your letter was dated the 9th of August from, regarding the acceleration of Post Office horizon compensation. I'm wholly committed to ensuring the postmasters achieve the full and fair compensation they rightly deserve. And then moving on to paragraph 5, where he addresses the substance of your request. In relation to the specific proposal for a fixed sum awards on the GLO scheme, while successful delivery is paramount, we must also have regard to our responsibility for the public finances and to ensuring that the treatment of claimants on each horizon compensation scheme is fair to that of their peers. And then paragraph 6, as you note, making fixed sum awards on the GLO would incur significant repercussive risk and costs, including to the HSS. Given the extent of this risk and its high likelihood of crystallization, I would encourage you to explore the full breadth of other options to advance the ultimate objective of timely and successful delivery of full and fair compensation. And then over the page, he says he's grateful to you and Mr. Hollingrick. So paragraph 6 was essentially a rejection of the proposal by the Chancellor.
Yes.
You tell us in your witness statement, it's at paragraph 44, it's your second witness statement, if we turn that up. It's page 13. You say, having cited the letter that I read from you to the Chancellor, you say, despite some initial resistance from the Treasury, and then you cross-refer to the letter we've just read, Mr. Hunt's reply.
Yes.
I was prepared to issue a ministerial direction to get this over the line. You describe this as initial resistance. Wasn't it just a refusal?
Well, the witness statement is written at a point when we did get some money over the line. So that's what I'm referring to.
I see. So in the context of the payment of compensation as a whole,
yes,
this rejection is to be seen as initial resistance.
Yes.
Got it. You say you were prepared to issue a ministerial direction to get it over the line. Can we look, please, at the reference to a ministerial direction, Bays 40716. And it's page 23. You'll see here an email of the 21st of August 2021. If we scroll down and a bit more, just to see the signature block. I think Rose was one of your private secretaries, or in fact the private secretary, is that right? If we scroll up, please.
Do you have the reference in the pack for the hard copy that I could look at?
Yes, B28.
Thank you.
And it would be page in the bottom right-hand corner, 23.
Thank you.
And you'll see that this is the first email in the chain. It's the originating email. Your private secretary says that she had a meeting this morning with you, which touched on, amongst other things, one, Horizon, in particular, the ongoing work to speed up compensation for the GLO postmasters. The Secretary of State was particularly concerned about the pace at which compensation schemes are being delivered and is keen to ensure we're doing all we can to speed things up. Conscious that Minister Hollingrick and the Permanent Secretary had been very much gripping this, my sense is we need a couple of paragraphs to bring Secretary of State up to speed on the following. And then if we just look to the the first bullet point, but the sub-bullet point, it's worth noting that the Secretary of State is supportive of the £100,000 flat offer to GLO postmasters and is content to provide a ministerial direction to get to see this get over the line. as such, it would be good if the update focuses on how we can deliver this proposal. I think that's the cross-reference you make in your witness statement to a willingness to provide a ministerial direction to get it over the line.
Yes.
Is that right? Can you explain the circumstances in which a ministerial direction may be given?
I think this is best seen in the context of the question you asked me earlier about speed versus accuracy. So in government, we have to make sure that we're delivering value for money for the taxpayer. And there are some times when an amount that's being paid is not really value for money, but there are other considerations which a minister might think make that worthwhile. In this case, the ministerial direction, which I had wanted, was to overrule the value for money, because I was looking at a scenario where if you're a sub-postmaster, would you rather have compensation that might be £10,000 more or £10,000 less than what you would have done versus passing away and your family not getting the money or you not getting the money? And in my view, the worst risk was someone not getting money at all, rather than them not getting the exact amount of money right down to the penny. That does not meet value for money considerations, because the government will be worried about overpaying. And I felt that given the context, given how long this had been taken, it was better that we overpay, if that's the worst case scenario, but make sure people get their money quickly, than wait till we derive the perfect amount and they are not there to receive the money at all.
Would such a direction overrule or resolve all of the objections from the Treasury?
So this is where ministerial directions can be funny. So if the Treasury doesn't give you the money at all, you can't direct anything. They need to give you the money first, and then you can decide how it is best used. So yes, it can overrule certain requirements which they might place on things, but quite often a ministerial direction comes in long after money has been given. But this was also not just me trying to solve the problem, but showing willing to my officials so that they didn't feel that they had to bear the responsibility. A ministerial direction is often a short way of saying, don't worry about it, it'll be my problem, not yours.
I was going to ask, was this exercising soft power, essentially? An unkind way of describing it would be sort of posturing, but in order to get a result.
It could be seen that way, but I was very happy to make the direction. So it wasn't just posturing, but it was signalling the direction which I wanted the department to take, and to make it very clear. And I am happy that we did this, because now I can talk about it at the inquiry, to make it very clear that we need to change the way that we do things in government. There is far too much going round and round in circles and avoiding taking serious, real decisions because everybody's worried about getting into trouble later. This is something which I tend not to worry about. Maybe I should do, but I do trust my judgment. And I think that you look at the way that this case has panned out, that we should have just done it in August 2023. I'm glad that we got there in the end, but I think that the worries were, that people were overly worried. That's the best way to put it.
Why was no ministerial direction simply issued by you?
Because there was no money to haggle over what the right value should be. So in order to issue a ministerial direction around value for money, you need to have the money in the first place. And at this point, no money had been outlined specifically for this proposal. At least that's what I recall.
And so threatening or raising the possibility of a ministerial direction would be ineffective? Well,
I don't think so, because if you look at the letter which the Chancellor had written, if we can just go back to it, because you said refusal and I said resistance, and I do tend to choose my words carefully. I did not see that as the end of the line. I saw it very much as the first. I'd been in the Treasury. I know how Treasury works. The Treasury often starts with no, and eventually you haggle your way through. I was not expecting the documentary in January, which helped speed things along, but knowing how the department worked, I knew that that was an opening move. You'd get a response, and eventually you would get something, and then we could use a ministerial direction to try and move the process along for that specific proposal.
You wanted to look at the letter again, Bayes 40705.
Yes, there might be something there which I can point to. There might not, but I can't remember.
It'll just come up on the screen.
Off the top of my head.
If there is, it will be in paragraphs 5 and 6.
Okay. So yes, it's where the line "I am receptive to measures which will increase the likelihood of successful delivery," in my view, was not a flat-out no, but maybe try something else. We don't think that this is value for money, and that's where I could see room for manoeuvre. So the Treasury was supportive of us making sure that compensation was paid in theory, but in practice, it was very hard for them to move away from their usual day-to-day behaviors, a lot of which I think was just them acting by rote. I had seen this myself as a minister in the Treasury. You get briefings, and the briefing is often to say, well, nothing can be done unless the Treasury says so. It's got to be value for money. It just happens in a way that's almost robotic, rather than looking specifically at individual circumstances and seeing whether you can, whether you can be flexible. Inflexibility, I think, is one of the Treasury's flaws. And that would have been the advice that I'm certain was given to the Chancellor before he wrote the letter which he wrote to me.
And so were you disappointed or encouraged?
Neither. It's just how things work. I saw enough there to know that it wasn't over, but there wasn't very much that I could do with that letter. And we would need to try something else, try a different angle, make a different case, or something.
You referenced earlier the documentary or the drama on ITV. Was it essentially that made the difference?
I think it suddenly turned it from a value for money question to a public perception question. And this is the point, that we were talking about. It's not enough to do the right thing. You also have to be seen to be doing the right thing. And many people had not known the arguments that were taking place behind the scenes in Whitehall. There was an assumption that nothing was being done, and it was the documentary that made things happen. But actually, work was being done. It was too slow. It wasn't happening quickly enough. No one could see what was taking place. So what the documentary did, in my view, was change the priority of this issue from something which was behind the NHS and security and so on, defense, to we need to solve this now. So it brought the urgency, which I had wanted us to have right from the get-go. It brought the urgency to it and raised the prioritization.
It's a bit disappointing, really, isn't it, if you step back, that it takes 3 or 4 nights on ITV whilst we're all at home.
It's extremely disappointing.
In the new year.
It's extremely disappointing.
Watching a programme to give something sufficient attention that the government thinks that perception has changed and therefore takes action.
I think that if you look at it in the context of what is happening in government, there are 1,000 things that are being asked, that money is being requested for. And I think after a while, the decision makers or the analysts become very dispassionate. They're not looking at it the way a politician might be looking at it or the way a member of the public might be looking at it, which is what's the human story here, who's being impacted. After a while, it just becomes another line in a ledger. And, well, if we take money away from schools, if we give money to this, that's money that's going to go away from schools. It is not irrational, but it has to change. It is not helpful either. And I think that the way we go about doing things, making sure that every single box is ticked and there's value for money and following all of the rules and regulations which we've put in place, we actually make things more expensive in the long run. That we end up paying out more than we would do if we just brought in common sense. There is an absence of common sense in a lot of Whitehall because people are afraid to trust themselves and trust their judgment, follow principles and do the right thing. People want legal cover. They want to do things in a way that they can show a court or a lawyer that, well, I followed the rules and I didn't do anything wrong. And that might work in a very simple system, but government is now too complex. The problems we're trying to resolve are far too complex, and I don't think that works anymore. We need to simplify quite a few things.
So on the absence of common sense in Whitehall, might we take our lunch break?
Certainly, Mr. Beer. Yeah. When shall we resume?
2 p.m., please.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the room to quieten down before we start the questions. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Badenoch, can we turn to the issue of Henry Staunton, please? Sure. In your witness statement, your first witness statement, you deal with the dismissal of Henry Staunton, as we had asked you to do. Just by way of background, is it right he was appointed as the chair of the Post Office back on the 2nd of September 2022, and so predated your appointment as Secretary of State for about 5 months, or by about 5 months?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure of his appointment date, but it certainly predated me.
He wasn't, in any event, one of your appointments?
No, he was not.
When you started your position as Secretary of State in February 2023 and were briefed, was anything said to you about Mr. Staunton being problematic or an unsuitable person to be the chair of the Post Office?
Not when I first started. There were issues around general issues around the board, finding the right people and so on, and that it was not a happy place being at the Post Office, but nothing specific or personal. No.
So nothing specific or personal about him?
No.
And nothing of the order of magnitude that was suggested to you the following year in January 2024? No,
nothing at all.
No. Okay. Can we go back to the briefing that you received, Bays 301061? And can we go to page 9, please? This briefing to you sets out the key stakeholders. And the first bullet point refers to Mr. Staunton, Post Office Chair Henry Staunton, and it says that it's recommended that you meet him. Did you meet Mr. Staunton?
No, I did not.
And why not?
I don't know. There was a recommendation that I met him, and I didn't say no to that. But nothing was ever organised. It may be that something was and it fell through. But I remember at this point, I'm still trying to carry out a lot of my trade secretary work. I'm travelling a lot. So if people weren't sort of banging on the door to meet, the meetings didn't necessarily happen. And remember, the Post Office is one of very many arm's length bodies. I didn't meet the people running a lot of them unless there was often an issue. I would get updates. They tended to meet with the Department Director General or with the junior minister. So a Secretary of State meeting was not necessarily prerequisites to doing the job. But those who wanted to meet me did meet me. There was never any request from Mr. Staunton either.
When you subsequently, thank you, that can come down. When you subsequently came to inform Mr. Staunton on the 27th of January the following year, 2024, in the course of a phone call that he was being dismissed from his position as chair of the Post Office, you made a number of comments about the fact that the pair of you had never met over the course of that year, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Can
we look, please, at a recording or a transcript of a recording of that call, Bays 301059. Transcription of a recording of the phone call that you had with Mr. Staunton on the 27th of January 2024. Now, I think you didn't have this transcript when you first made your witness statement.
No, I didn't.
You said that you very much wanted to have it and you'd asked departmental officials to track down a copy of the tape.
Yes.
And I think you worked in your first witness statement from a... Now, we've now got the tape and therefore this transcript of it. You'll see that it starts up sort of mid-sentence and doesn't include the introductions at the beginning. Can you help us? Why was the call recorded?
To help the note taker carry out a good summary of minutes.
And is that usual?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't take the notes. It may be. It may not be.
Did you know that it was recorded?
Not at the time.
Okay. So this was something that was going on by.
This was something I discovered after. This is something I discovered after Mr. Staunton had made the false allegations to the Sunday Times, and aware that there is a recording which would prove that as well.
And do you know whether Mr. Staunton was informed that it was recorded at the time?
If I wasn't, I suspect he wasn't as well. The purpose of the recording was to get minutes written accurately, and probably they would have been disposed of immediately and maybe retrieved from deleted. I've never had this situation before, so it probably isn't, but I suspect on this occasion it was just to make sure that the minutes were very accurate, given the severity and the media interest, that the minutes were very accurate. That's certainly what I was made to understand at the time, that it wouldn't necessarily be usual to have a recording.
Let's read through this. Mr. Staunton, in mid-sentence, it's a massive, massive problem here in terms of trying to. At least you've got training going much better now. Things are moving in certain directions, but it's a handful, I've got to say. I've chaired some companies, a lot of companies, very successfully. But this one's a bit of a nightmare. But we could have got through it, but it needed UKGI to be on side, out the business. And the context of that is that by the time you're speaking, the fact that you were to dismiss him had already been leaked.
Yes, which was extremely frustrating because I had wanted to do it in a particular sequence and spare him embarrassment.
Because I had an inkling only last week with the chairman and chief executive UKGI, and I was going to tell them all this. I know it's UKGI, but I've never met you, you see. It's just, but I've chaired so many companies you would not believe. As an international company where the share price more than quadrupled, and I could do that on 15 hours a week. This is 4 times the time. You just wouldn't know the half of it, Secretary of State. I do know responsible for. The post office was the one where I never heard from you directly. You know, the CMA, UCES.
That would have been UKEF. UK Export Finance.
The British business banks, the chairs of all these organisations would reach out to my office fairly frequently. Just stopping there, what did you mean by that? Kevin Hollingray did manage the relationship very well, but there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more.
And that Kevin did have meetings with him, and he fed back to me how that relationship was going. And so, I do believe now, is that he didn't seem to want to meet me. And, one can speculate on the reasons from a hindsight perspective. But at the time, I simply assumed that he was perfectly happy having meetings with Kevin Hollenrake. In hindsight, I think that he did not want to meet me.
And so there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more. You're saying interest. So by that you mean, but you didn't seem to have any interest in doing much more.
Yes, that's what that.
So that's directed towards Mr. Staunton, not Mr. Hollenrake.
No. I think Mr. Hollenrake did an excellent job.
You continue to have had a chance to make your views known as well. Given where we are and what I've just said, what would you like to see happen now? Right. So what we need to do is actually, over the page, it's a very difficult one with regard to the CEO, who's very unstable. And actually, I said to Lorna, that's Lorna Grattan, yes, nail him down for 12 months. Well, of course, she says, oh, well, in this government, it's very difficult to offer good leaver status. If we have a crisis, it's not a big deal. He might get an extra 100,000 that he wouldn't get if he wasn't a good leaver. But at least we nail him down. Actually, the sums involved. So I think we need to nail the chief exec down. That's the first thing. The second thing he goes on to address, we must do something about. We must make this organisation more postmaster-centric. I said we need to have an that the post office is changing. And trust me, at the moment, it is terrible, the view of the post office out in the network. So have a third postmaster. We're really then Secretary of State starting this journey towards demutualisation. We're not to say that, but that's what you need to do. It is when the facts change, you change your decision. We need to have an internal policy. If you met at Darfur, you'd recognise this is a different world just 2 months ago. I mean, we were just, it's just been horrific the last 4 weeks. We need to get on the front foot, and I think postmaster-centric does that for you. Then moving on. There's the feeling within the business. Richard Taylor said all the postmasters are on the take, and they're all guilty as charged. We wrote to the Lord Chancellor stating that was our view. That would be Peters and Peters. That's not my view, and I don't think it's the view of the majority of the board. But I think that UKGI and people sending that letter with unclear, it was actually contrary to what the government ministers were trying to do. And in fact, you'd be surprised at the sort of things your civil servants say about ministers. So it's a mess. But the fact is, quote, you're guilty as charged, postmasters are on the take. So it's got to change, and we need a massive cultural shift in this organisation to do that. Most of the directors are on side, and the UKGI director is not. She couldn't run a bath, let alone a company. We've got a big problem there. We need to take some very tough business-like decisions in terms of culture to change it. When we talk about culture, as Nick said, Lorna thinks it would just be a crusade for a female diversity. It's not that. It goes to the heart of how we operate post office, this cultural shift. It's enormous what we need to do, but I think it's possible. I don't think we need to have Andrew as the Sid, the chairman, that will put it through. You need to change the UKGI directors and just get to the core. It's a battle that's winnable, but by God, it's going to be a battle. You say it certainly is. What in that previous passage were you agreeing with?
That it's going to be, that the sorting things out is going to be a battle.
Specifically, what did you think was going to be a battle?
I think that the conversation here was about the general board. So he says we need to change the UK GI directors and just get to the core. But he is giving a personal view about Lorna Grattan, and he thinks that the issue is between the post office and UK GI. I am, being amicable and saying, yes, it is going to be a battle. The board, in my view, was the issue, and there's a lot that needed to be done. That's what I'm alluding to there. It's not just about UKGI. But what I wasn't trying to do was give an opening for him to pick apart particular individuals on the board. I didn't think that that was a helpful road to go down. I did want to get his view about what had happened, and I didn't want to have an argument with him. So agreeing where I thought we could find some kind of agreement, and then moving the conversation on to the things that I was trying to elicit from him.
Can we move much further into the call and turn to page 9, please? This is you speaking at the top of the page, and this is about whether he should turn up the board to the board meeting that was going to happen on the Monday or Tuesday of that week. And you were saying, no, you should not. And you say, I'm sorry, but that would need to be the case, given the conversation we've had and what I suspect the media are going to be doing.
Sorry, could you just let me know where in the hard copy I can find...
BB19.
BB19?
Yes.
Bear with me. Thank you.
And we're at the top of page 9.
Yes.
So we dealt at the bottom of page 8 with not turning up at the next board meeting, and you say, I'm sorry, but that will need to be the case.
I think I'm talking about his leaving and about not giving reasons. Am I looking at the wrong...
Yes, you are. Bottom of page 8.
Bottom of page 8. So I'm saying, I'm sorry, but that will need to be the case.
So if we just go back on the screen to the bottom of page 8, please. Right,
sorry. Yes, I found it. It's page 9 on mine, but I found it. Thank you.
We can see that on this passage here...
Yes, that's right. This is about...
Immediately beforehand... you were trying to arrange some contact details.
Yes, that's right. I'm in the right place
now. You couldn't get anyone on the call that was listening in to acknowledge that they were listening in, and so you had to write down his mobile number, yes, or his email address.
I think that when the way that the government does these calls, it was a switch call that they were muted, and so they were unable to join the conversation.
Yeah, and so looking at the bottom of page 8, he says, therefore, I won't turn up to the board meeting on Monday or Tuesday. You say, yes, that's correct. He says, fine. Then we go to the top of page 9. You say, I'm sorry, that will need to be the case, which is why I said the context for you saying that was not turning up. So anyway, you carry on. Third line, if it's any consolation at all, I doubt it will be, but I'm very angry about the fact that this has been leaked without us doing this properly. And he says, appalling, appalling. And you say, it is appalling, and I've noted what you said about UKGI. I do think they have been part of the problem, and that is the next step. What problem would UKGI are part of?
I think that the communication channels between myself and UKGI should have been, there should have been more information passing direct to me, not just through Kevin. And Kevin would, of course, give me a summary. But there were some times that we actually ended up coming to different views on things. So we had different views, for example, on Nick Reed, the CEO. Not not problematically, but we just had a different, we just came to different conclusions. And I felt that my own interactions with UKGI were very limited. And I didn't actually meet Lorna herself until it was the issues with Henry Staunton had come to light and we were in the process of sacking him. And also, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt with what he had said earlier on in the conversation about issues with UKGI. If you remember, the views I have about Henry Staunton now are different from where I was at the time of this conversation, where this is where I was thinking this is someone who's made too many mistakes, the position is untenable, but he was probably in his own way doing his best, to where I am now, where there's just been repeated uses of misinformation and so on. I took it in good faith that his complaints about UKGI were well-meant and true from his perspective. Given everything that's happened since then, I don't think that his complaints about UKGI are well-founded.
So were you just saying, I think UKGI are part of the problem as a sop to him?
No, not so much as a sop, but if a chair feels that way, then UKGI should have been aware and should have made me aware as the sole shareholder, not just told Minister Hollenrig. There was no note, for example. Just because I wasn't meeting them on a day-to-day basis doesn't mean that they couldn't have sent a note to me for me to review, and that didn't happen either. So these are the sort of processes which I would recommend to the new Secretary of State to ensure that UKGI are giving a full and frank view rather than just the vanilla view of what's going on. There's too much vanilla in terms of reporting, and actually it's very hard to know early when problems are occurring.
What do you mean there's too much vanilla?
That the way notes are written in the civil service is often in a way that too much isn't said. For me, and I'm speaking for myself now, other ministers may not necessarily want this. I prefer to just have the detail unvarnished. We think this person is a problem. We don't think they're doing a good job. We think that they are dishonest, and so on. People tend not to like writing things down, maybe because of inquiries like this or an FOI request, or who knows. So instead, you get what I call a vanilla version of there are concerns. And that could mean anything. It could mean that there are minor concerns which you don't need to worry about, or there are very significant concerns which we don't want to put on paper. And as a minister who's getting 100 pieces of information a day where you have to prioritize, you might not recognize that there's a big red flag because of how a note has been written. And this is standard across the civil service. It's just the way things are written, probably to not alarm people, to not create panic, and to keep the discretion there, because it's very hard to keep all notes secret, even when they're marked official sensitive. And maybe UKGI didn't have this view, I don't know, but I do find that the unvarnished truth is more helpful than the vanilla version.
Can we take that down and go back to the process that led to the dismissal of Mr. Staunton? By looking at your first witness statement, please. It will come up on the screen for you. It's page 2, paragraph 10. And if we just go down, under the heading concerns regarding Mr. Staunton's conduct, you say on the 24th of January, so that's 3 days before this call that we're speaking about, I received a written submission dated the 23rd of January, prepared by UKGI and departmental officials, in which I was advised of specific concerns in relation to Mr. Staunton's conduct and his suitability for office. They were, and then you list them 1 to 5, it goes over the page. That fairly reflects the document, so I'm going to read them out. Okay. 1, he had repeatedly attempted to shut down a whistleblowing investigation into his conduct. 2, he had engaged in aggressive, intimidating and disrespectful behaviour to other board members and members of the Post Office executive team. 3, he showed continued poor understanding of the public sector aspect of Post Office's work and poor judgment. 4, he had disregarded proper governance processes as the chair, most recently by announcing the appointment of a new senior independent director for Post Office without following formal consultation with the board, following board processes or seeking shareholder approval as required. And 5, he'd failed to provide constructive support to the Post Office's CEO. I think it follows that, so far as you are aware, none of the issues that were set out for you included the speed at which compensation was to be paid by the government or the Post Office to sub-postmasters arising from the scandal, nor a dispute between Mr. Staunton and the government and or Post Office about that speed.
No.
In particular, the go slow suggestion that he was subsequently to make did not feature in the list of 5 issues that were brought to your attention. No,
they had nothing to do with that submission. And yeah, from our earlier session, the letter that I wrote to Treasury showed that we were not. That's certainly not what my department was doing.
11. The submission recommended I should decide that Mr. Staunton could not continue in his role of chair. If you agreed, you should offer him the opportunity to resign rather than exercise your power under the Articles of Association to remove him. You record, and this is backed up by the documents that you refer to, that submission was referred in paragraph 13 to your private office by email with a covering text that said that the submission reflects the Permanent Secretary's view as well as that of Government Legal Department and UKGI lawyers. It was the submission placed in an overnight box together with a box note, and the box note, and you give us the reference there, stated that the recommendation to remove Mr. Staunton came from the senior independent director and the remuneration committee chair. The concerns included allegations of misogyny and racism against Mr. Staunton, and that officials agreed that his conduct and judgment made him unsuitable to continue as chair. Was it on that basis that you decided to dismiss him?
It was on the basis of everything that had come to light. A conversation with Kevin Hollenrig, but also going back to the point that I made earlier about doing the right thing and being seen to do the right thing. I think that we should always be clear about what we are doing. And if you are sacking someone, then giving them the opportunity to resign can mean that a different story is communicated to the public. And I wanted people to be clear about what was happening. I didn't want him to have a huge amount of embarrassment. I wanted us to have a controlled story about why we'd asked him to leave, which we lost because of the leak. But the initial recommendation, which I was considering about giving him the opportunity to resign, I did not think was the right one, given the detail of the allegations, the seriousness of them, and the sheer number of issues that we were having with him as chair.
Thank you. You refer in that series of documents to the initial note, the submission that came up to you in the box. Can we look at that, please? Bays 40868. This is the submission that came up to you, as you've said, on the 24th. It's dated the 23rd. It's addressed to Kevin Hollenrig and you, addressed to you by Lorna Grattan and Carl Cresswell from UKGI and the department, respectively. And then in the first line, it says, "We have previously expressed concerns to you about Henry Staunton's suitability to be chair of the Post Office Board." Firstly, is that accurate, that they, either Lorna Grattan or Carl Creswell or both, or their departments, had expressed previously concerns to you about Henry Staunton?
Yes, it isn't just accurate, it's also illustrating the point I made earlier about the vanilla, the vanilla update. Concerns had been expressed, but not detail. So it was statements like, we don't think it's going to work out with the post office, we have some concerns. And I would ask, what's happening? Well, there's an investigation. We can't really talk about it. We're not supposed to know. We don't want to prejudice, but we'll let you know. Eventually, we'll let you know. By which time, it's time to sack. So it is true that they had previously expressed concerns, but the strength of the concerns was not clear until the submission, which we just referred to in January.
Can you recall anything in more detail about the substance of the concerns?
No. If what came out in the submission had been said previously, I would have taken much more of an interest. But the way that the information had been conveyed was that there was a problem and the processes were in place to handle them, and I didn't need to worry about it. Minister Hollenrake would look more, but at the right escalation point, I would be informed. So from my perspective, the system was working. That there was a problem, it wasn't yet Secretary of State level issue, they were trying to resolve it. And because we had other issues, there was the problem with the inquiry metric and the bonuses which had been paid. It felt at that point like one of those things where they just weren't getting a handle of the job.
Do you think the department should have acted sooner in dealing with and/or removing Mr. Staunton?
I don't know. I think it's hard to carry out a significant action like that in terms of removing someone when the processes haven't been followed because of the unfair dismissal, employment tribunal type repercussions which could come from not doing things properly. So when it comes to acting quickly, I always start from the perspective of who is impacted. So with the acting quickly in terms of getting postmasters compensation, yes, because we want to make sure that they're treated properly and fairly. But acting quickly in terms of sacking a chair creates the opposite issue, where someone may not necessarily be treated properly and fairly because we're trying to move in haste. So it's always about what is the impact on the person? What is the outcome we're trying to achieve? I would rather make some mistakes and get compensation out to postmasters quickly, but I would rather take some time and act slowly in order to make sure that we don't sack someone unfairly or give them a right of appeal or a right to a fair hearing where a process demands that. And I also believe very much in the concept that people are innocent until proven guilty. I think if we'd acted much faster than that, that would have been against that principle.
Were you aware before you accepted the advice to dismiss Mr. Staunton that he was a strong advocate and supporter of the sub-postmaster non-executive directors?
No, I was not aware, but I'm not sure that that is necessarily true, given what I remember people saying when I did visit the post office. There were a lot of sub-postmasters who did not like Mr. Staunton, so that's his word, and there's no reason for us not to believe him, but the evidence of that I didn't think was much.
I'm referring specifically to being a strong supporter of the sub-postmaster Neds on the board.
Again, that's actually what I did mean, both sub-postmasters and the ones on the board. He always said that. He certainly said that in his call to me, but of course that's a call we're having after he's just been relieved of his position.
Thank you. That can come down. You, I think, were party to the appointment of Nigel Railton as Poll's chair, or at least interim chair, is that right?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at Bayes 301070? This is a letter from you to him in May 2024, in which in the opening paragraph you extend your congratulations to him on his appointment as interim chair of the Post Office and welcome him in your role as the sole shareholder. Yes?
Yes.
I just want to look at the strategic priorities. You'll see that's the heading of the letter, strategic priorities for 2024 to 2025. Can you help us? What's the purpose and status of a letter like this?
So it is to formally let someone know what you're expecting them to do in the job.
Is it what you're expecting them to do in the job, or what you're expecting Post Office to do as an organisation?
Well, specifically, in this case, it was what I wanted him to look at as chair of the Post Office. I can't remember whether this had been done for the Post Office. It wouldn't be an annual, it's written in an annual way now, but it wouldn't necessarily be an annual set of priorities. We'd normally do those sorts of things over several years. So if strategic priorities had been done, a previous Secretary of State would have done them. We tend to have policy statements for regulators and arm's length bodies about what we expect them to do. But 2024-25 was very much a focus on conversations which I'd had with him about urgently turning things around for the Post Office.
I should have said that this is a draft, hence the date and the passage in grey. You tell us in your second witness statement, no need to turn it up in paragraph 36, that this is a draft version, but that you understand that the final version cannot be located by the department, although you believe it would have been in very similar terms.
Yes.
If we scroll down, please. You say, I would like you to focus on the following priorities.
Sorry, can you tell me where in the hard copy I can see this?
Yes, please. BB25.
BB25.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
the main paragraph from the bottom highlighted, in this capacity, I'd like you to focus on the following priorities for the financial year 24-25. And then there are three priorities set out in bold. Number one, intensifying existing work streams to address Post Office's historic failures and setting the business up for future success. Then over the page. Two, supporting the cultural transformation of the company and focusing on improving on Post Office's capacity, capability and resilience at all levels. And then three, enabling the future success of the Post Office, including effective financial management and performance to ensure medium-term viability. And then particulars are given in bullet points under each of those three strategic objectives.
Yes.
One of the points that you mention under 3, and it's the fourth sub-bullet point under 3, is maintain stringent cost control and a focus on value for money and efficient delivery across the cost base, including on the new branch IT, NBIT, and IT projects, legal costs, acceleration of the network strategy, of the approach to directly managed branches, and measures aimed at reducing central costs. Now, I don't think NBIT, the new branch IT programme, is mentioned in your witness statements. Can you recall when you first became aware of NBIT?
No, I can't recall when I first became aware of NBIT. It might have been in that initial briefing or in subsequent meetings about the Post Office. But the most substantive conversation I had about NBIT was when I visited the Aldwych branch of the Post Office and spoke to them about how that project was going and what they needed from me.
Were you consulted or provided with updates regarding the development of NBIT?
No, not directly. I imagine Kevin was, but I was not.
Did you have any oversight of the Post Office's approach to and the rolling out of NBIT?
No, and I wouldn't expect to. That's the sort of thing which I think the post office has to do itself. Having political direction is very different from the sort of operational day-to-day decisions which would have been taken. But this was put in as a strategic priority because I'd had that meeting and I was quite concerned, just from my own background in technology, about the direction the project was going.
Does it follow that, so far as you're concerned, Post Office's engagements regarding NBID were limited to essentially funding requests?
Yes, certainly that was my experience. It might not have been Minister Hollenrich's experience or previous Secretaries of State's experience, but that was my experience. But I also would not expect to be getting into the detail of the IT projects of the Post Office. I would have been expecting a high-level overview of what they were trying to achieve and how much money they needed.
Government ministers said the same to us when they gave evidence to the inquiry about the development and rollout of Horizon. I wouldn't expect to be getting involved in that kind of thing. Does it follow that you have not been made aware of any issues with the development of NBID?
Well, the project is overrunning and it's requiring a lot more than was budgeted for it. That, in my view, is an issue. But in terms of how it is working, no, and I would not expect to see that. I did have some conversations about how to extend the new Horizon system, which Fujitsu had been supporting, because that would have, we needed something in place. That ending would cause a serious problem for postmasters. So managing the day-to-day contract and ensuring that that continued until a replacement was ready was very important to me, because otherwise everything would fall over.
Thank you. That can come down, that document. Just lastly then from me, you tell us in your witness statement, I'll read it out without turning it up, if it, that's the Post Office, was a private organisation, it would have disappeared in its current form long ago. We're keeping it alive. The result is that it's in a permanent state of stress. We will need to make sure that we're recruiting with that in mind. Would you agree that it's imperative not merely to keep Post Office alive, but to transform it?
Yes, I would.
What, in your view, is essential in terms of what needs to be done in order to change or to transform the Post Office?
Well, this is a very difficult question because the fundamentals which underpin the Post Office are very difficult to manage in the age that we live in. When pre-internet, the Post Office would have been a commercial entity that any organization would bite its hand off to run. The universal service it effectively provided just meant that it had a very easy stream of cash. Now, that is not the case. But we believe, certainly when the Conservatives were in government, we did believe that this is an entity that has not just operational significance, but also a cultural significance that should not be lost. How we maintain that going forwards, given how much it costs, is very difficult. The sort of transformation that you might have in a commercial organization just doesn't work in government. The sort of decisions which you would take, which are around profit and profit for the shareholder, just don't come into play. And that, I think, is what I was alluding to in my witness statement when I say it's just in a permanent state of stress. I was the sole shareholder. The business secretary is the sole shareholder, but even they aren't the ones who provide the money. It's a totally different department. So it just doesn't make sense the way a commercially structured organization in the private sector would be run. And any sort of transformation, in my view, needs to start from the objectives which we have in mind for what the Post Office needs to deliver, how it works within that universal service obligation which goes with Royal Mail, making sure that everybody has access to posts, given that there's just a lot of competition. That's quite difficult to do within the restricted funding environment which is expected for every single public sector organization. It is not the customer's money, it's taxpayers' money as well. We subsidize this organization. How do we do so in a way that can keep it going, that can refresh it for the 21st century? It is a labor of love. And that's one of the reasons why I had to make a direct appointment for Nigel Railton rather than an open one. People are simply not interested now in going to work for the post office at that level because of the intense levels of public scrutiny, because of the difficulties in making decisions which you would be able to do very easily in a private sector organization. You need people who are prepared to do a difficult job as if they were public servants, even though that's not quite the case. And I think that that's a huge challenge in terms of transformation for the post office. I don't know how we do it. It requires its own piece of work. I know that there have been reviews. I don't think anyone has come up with the correct answers yet.
Thank you. Then, in terms of government's role in this, I just want to, very lastly, to ask you about a sentence or two in your witness statement. If we look at it, please. I think it's your second witness statement, and it's page 12, paragraph 41. At the top of paragraph 41, you're dealing here with decision-making within government, and you say something that you said to us more than once today: there's a cautious, risk-averse culture within the civil service, which is baked in. But then, do you see about 3 lines from the bottom there? It says, if we want our government to make decisions faster, we need to reduce some of the public law burden. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we choose not to do so, we must accept this has consequences for speed and efficiency of government. Every time we create more public law to hold the government to account, it is slower to deliver for people. I just want to make sure that we've understood what you mean by those sentences. Is it your evidence that the government's accountability to the courts is that which prevents it from acting with speed?
It does slow things down. If, as a minister, you make a decision, and every decision is open to challenge on the basis of judicial review, it is quite rational. The civil servants will do every single thing they can to make sure that you don't end up getting taken to court. All of those things which they do end up slowing down the process. It is just part and parcel of, of creating more accountability, that you add extra processes. Those will take time. Those will need to be followed. It is a trade-off that is baked in. It is a part of creating accountability, that things, you can't just have someone making a decision and saying, do this, and the thing happens instantly. It means that things never happen instantly because you have to create an audit trail. You have to go through the checks and balances. You have to have more meetings. You need to consult. Consultations can take months. All of those things slow down the pace of delivery. And it's not about criticizing accountability. It is about understanding where the opportunity costs are and making sure that we can see where it is that perhaps these things might need to change in order to stop the sort of injustice which we saw take place around Horizon, or in fact with delays to paying compensation. And it's also the same thing even within the case of Henry Staunton. You asked the question, why didn't we remove him earlier? If we had done that, then we could have created more problems in the future by not providing the evidence and the audit trail. It's just part and parcel of accountability. But the more government does, the bigger government gets, the more it has to do these things. The more requirements there are on the Treasury, the more likely it is that the Treasury is going to be saying no, or creating value for money arguments that mean that it's salami slicing everything, and everybody's just getting a little bit of what it needs rather than a big chunk to deliver and perhaps provide transformation.
Can I summarise that? It's your view that the rule of law stands in the way of delivery of services by government to the people?
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is not about the rule of law. This is about the burden of regulation. The burden of regulation is not the rule of law. You can have the rule of law without an excessive burden of regulation. But if you keep adding more and more rules, that will slow things down. It doesn't mean that you don't want the rule of law, but the rule of law has a purpose, and that is to create a fair system which everybody is treated equally and where everyone can receive justice. If you keep creating more regulations and people aren't getting justice, then something has gone wrong. And we should be able to look at that without assuming that this is a criticism of the entire system of the rule of law. It means that we should be able to look at how we can reform public law. The law is not above criticism. We should be able to say that actually this isn't working well. What can we do to improve it? Rather than what is happening now, where people say, oh, it's the rule of law, we can't touch it, let's not do anything. And then there's more and more injustice. We shouldn't be afraid to challenge ourselves. We shouldn't be afraid to challenge the system. We shouldn't be able to be afraid to challenge government. And we shouldn't be afraid to challenge the law if we think the law is not delivering for the people.
Ms. Badenoch, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For answering some of them. Can I hand over to core participants, and I'd ask them to be mindful, please, of the time limits that we're operating under. Thank you.
With that mindfulness of time in mind, can I take you straight to a document, please? BEIS 0001061. It'll come up on your screen in a moment.
Okay. Is there a hard copy reference for that?
There probably is, but I'm afraid I'm going to look to Mr. Beer to supply the hard copy reference, as I don't have it. It's a document you were shown earlier on in your evidence, which if we go to the first of the 2 page 5s within the document.
BB3. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have the document?
I do.
The page I'm looking at is Post Office Strategy. There
Yes.
are a few page 5s within this document, which I think you commented on with Mr. Beer, that it's probably a document that's been reworked for your purposes.
Yes.
And if we look there under Post Office Strategy, Ms. Badenoch, it then says this, final bullet point, recent ministers have been more cautious about going public on this work than their predecessors. As a result, we are taking this strategy policy work forward only internally within HMG and together with POL. We will then advise ministers of the findings, and ministers, including with HMT ministers, will then decide whether they want to make any changes to the current policy framework, and if so, when to proceed with the necessary public consultation. Now, just help us unpack that. Recent ministers. Now, since, let me see, 2019, which is when the High Court litigation took place, what we call the GLOW litigation took place, and essentially the Post Office was found in 2 seminal judgments to have failed sub-postmasters, right? So since that time, we had Miss Andrea Leadsom from 2019 to 2020. Then from 2020 to 2021, Lord Alex Sharma. After that, in 2021 to 2022, we had Mr. Kwarteng. And then from in mid-2022, so 22 to the mid of 2022, we had Mr. Rees-Mogg. And then your immediate predecessor was Mr. Shapps. So we had a revolving door of ministers, really, going through, I'm afraid, the role that you then took up as Secretary of State. So the ministers that we're seem to be being referred to here in the final bullet point. Recent ministers have been more cautious about going public on this work than their predecessors. The title of the work is being Post Office Strategy. When you came into post, did you find that any work had taken place regarding Post Office Strategy?
I believe that there had been some work being done. I mean, I don't have the documents in front of me, but I remember us looking at what the Post Office was doing in 3 buckets. Dealing with compensation claims and the fallout of Horizon, managing the day-to-day running of the Post Office and the future transformation, the NBIT IT program, and also thinking about how and where this might interact with Royal Mail, which of course we also had some responsibilities for in terms of delivering its universal service obligation. So the issue here around revolving ministers, I think, can often be overstated, primarily because people often don't understand the difference between setting political policy direction and company policy direction. And it was one of the questions which Council asked right at the beginning in terms of who is carrying out the policy work. There is policy in terms of internal company policy, which officials might have some view on, but general overview that comes from ministers is often political in nature. So I'm not surprised, for example, that it says that recent ministers had been cautious about going public, because there's a lot of deliberation which takes place, which in a commercial company just wouldn't happen, but because it's a public company, people are more interested in. But it's not necessarily helpful when you have not come to a final conclusion or a decision. Listening to ministers and officials and the Post Office executives deliberate is not helpful until you actually have a clear sense of direction of where the Post Office wants to go. And the strategy work, which had come back, was often very, very speculative in nature. Demutualization, do we even need a post office? Having those sorts of conversations in public is very alarming for people who are hearing the conversation happen before you've actually settled on a direction. So that's not surprising to me at all.
The judgments which were the starting point for this inquiry, in which this inquiry is based, were in 2019. Now, we finally hear this year from Mr. Relton, who comes to this inquiry to give evidence, and he says, well, there's been a submission up to government this year, after your time in office, setting out a proposal for the forward-looking strategy to govern the Post Office into the future. It doesn't seem as though, frankly, anything's been done, Ms. Badenoch, from 2019 until after your appointment of Mr. Relton, when he decides that, well, something ought to be done about this, really, and maybe we ought to nudge government's arm.
No, that wouldn't have been the case. Nothing had been decided, but if you recall looking at the strategic priorities that I set out for Nigel Relton, I also asked him to have a look again, because I did not think that we were getting anywhere with the previous strategy discussion. And I seem to remember that some consultants had been brought in. I can't remember whether that was Grant Thornton and what their remit had been. But this was something that had been worked on, but never concluding. And I wanted something that was specific with a proper outcome, which was viable to deliver. Because at the end of the day, we would have to go to the Treasury rather than the public for the money. But this is, in my view, not as a result of changing ministers. This is actually more as a result of other things that are happening in the background. Spending review settlements, changes in government more generally. It wouldn't have mattered if the same person had stayed in if you had a prime minister who's dealing with the fallout of perhaps COVID. When these conversations start, it's before a pandemic, priorities change. So you have to have all of those things in mind. We as ministers aren't just dealing with one organization. Even I as Secretary of State was dealing with about 30 or 40 different bodies. And that's something that would have an impact in terms of the priorities of the Post Office. And this also alludes to the final point which I was making, that the nature of this organization sitting in the public sector throws up all sorts of issues which you just wouldn't have in the private sector. And that's what, the questions you're asking are in that vein. They're showing up what some of these tensions are.
In fact, the strategic direction that you asked Mr. Elton to take in the document that you'll find within your pack at BB25, I note from Mr. Beer's direction to that earlier, that says at bullet point 3, the first bullet point at 3, and I'll read out what it says. That says to Mr. Railton, oversee a strategic review of Post Office and provide ministers with your conclusions. So by the time we've gone from 2019 to your time as Secretary of State, to your time as Secretary of State, to May of 2024, we get within your letter to Mr. Railton, who you've appointed, your general request of him that he is to oversee a strategic review of POL, the Post Office, and provide ministers with your conclusions. Now, hang on, that's 2019, 24, okay, let's be generous, just under 5 years, where you're having to go to the new chair that you've appointed and say, look, honestly, give this some thought. Now, that's a bit more than just problems with the revolving door. That seems to be that nothing has happened since 2019.
I disagree. Just because there is not a strategy that's being implemented doesn't mean that no work on strategy is taking place. But clearly, there are unsatisfactory conclusions. And also, which is part of the reason why we're having this inquiry, the organization itself is bogged down in dealing with historic and current issues. It is very hard to create a strategy for the future when the board itself and the organization is dysfunctional. It doesn't make sense to demand a strategy when the entire financial world in which we live in has changed. So whatever strategy was worked on would not have been something which would have been viable for the future, which is why I, as Secretary of State, ask the chair, can you start again and look at what we can do given what we know now?
5 years after, or just under 5 years after, the Glow litigation was concluded. Let's move on to Fujitsu. Now, we know that the European Director of Fujitsu, Mr. Patterson, gave evidence for the Select Committee. I can't really ask questions about that, the subject of parliamentary privilege. He came along to this inquiry to give evidence, and he expressed his concerns about Fujitsu's operation within the scandal. And secondly, he essentially, we know that Fujitsu have committed to providing something by way of a contribution towards compensation. And lastly, with Mr. Patterson, he answered my questions, which was about restorative justice, making sure that the wider range of people that have been affected by this scandal, in other words, family members, he said in the positive, he answered my questions positively and said that that's something that ought to be looked into, and seemed to be approving of the suggestion. So we know that Fujitsu are saying essentially, we'll put hand in pocket. Did they ever come to you and say, Secretary of State, we really mean that. What can we do to, to help and provide money? Did they have a meeting with you, or arrange a meeting with you?
Well, we did have meetings. I can't remember the names of the executives who I did meet, but that included their global CEO or global chairman. But it was, they had expressed that sentiment, but it was I who was asking for specifics, dates, times. I recall a meeting where I asked if they could do something early to show goodwill, being mindful that if they didn't, and not knowing when the inquiry would end, that there could be a change of government, the revolving door of ministers, moves again, and conversations could start from scratch. But in terms of them proactively offering, which I think is what you're asking, then the answer is no.
You see, the commitment they've made, and we know from Mr. Patterson, anticipate his evidence will be that essentially they're prepared to do something after the close of this inquiry. They await the report of this inquiry. That's
certainly the impression that I was given.
Did they provide any reasons as to why they need to wait until the close of this inquiry?
Well, this is now recall, yes, which may not be 100% accurate, but I think it was about making sure that it was done properly. They seemed reluctant to start off with making payments before the inquiry was concluded, not dissimilar to the reasons that officials made or advised when we were asking for some of the compensation payments about just wanting to make sure that they do it properly and do it at the right time. And that, they felt, was when the inquiry had given them an appropriate figure or something, or that they could judge what an appropriate figure would be.
There seems to be a certain irony about Fujitsu's operation, because they continue to operate the Horizon system, they continue to operate other contracts of government, they continue to take the government pound, and yet they don't appear to want to contribute within the lifetime of this inquiry to compensation or indeed restorative justice in real terms, i.e. financial terms.
Well, certainly that was the conversation that I had. I look at what the government is doing with Fujitsu in other areas completely differently, because they are different arms of Fujitsu and not everybody can deliver on what they are doing, and simply yanking away contracts would not necessarily be what's right for the taxpayer or for the consumer at the end. So I think we need to look at those things quite separately. What is the right thing to do here? Does Fujitsu need to provide compensation? I believe that's absolutely right. Should they have done so in some form earlier? I would have liked to have seen that, but that does not preclude them doing so in the future. I imagine that they definitely will. I know that they've had an impact on their share price, for example, just from that documentary being aired at the beginning of this year. But I think we should also look at that very separately from Fujitsu's other operations, many of which have nothing to do with the branch that caused the Horizon issue. And of course, Fujitsu is still providing the software which the postmasters are using and which they depend on.
Lastly, you've only just started in your most recent post as leader of the opposition. From that perspective, do you have the opportunity to reach out to Fujitsu and put your weight and Conservative Party's weight behind engagement with Fujitsu to encourage them to perhaps do something sooner rather than later?
Not in the way that a Secretary of State would. It has to be the Secretary of State who does that. This is a government issue, not a Parliament issue.
Thank you, Ms. Badenoch.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss. Sorry, you finished that. Good afternoon, Miss Badenoch. My name's Angela Patrick, and I ask for a number of sub-postmasters who were wrongfully convicted and have since had their convictions quashed. And you've got to, I only want to cover two topics with you. And the first is one you've just covered with Mr. Steen, about compensation and families. And did you hear the questions we asked the Secretary of State this morning?
No, I did not.
Okay. We asked some very specific questions about one organisation. Are you aware of the organisation Lost Chances for Sub-Postmasters' Children? They're an organisation focused on securing financial support from Fujitsu to address the lost opportunities and trauma they experienced as children due to the impact of the scandal on their families.
No, I'm not aware. I know that there are many organisations, but not specifically this one.
Okay. Well, Katie Downey, Rebecca Foot and Katie Burrows from Lost Chances are sitting with me here today. And you've given evidence just now and before lunch about your own personal objective to ensure you did right by the sub-postmasters and being seen to be right and to be doing the right thing. Now, Mr. Steen's asked some questions about the contact you might have had with Fujitsu. Did those conversations with Fujitsu at any time cover the trauma and the lost opportunities experienced by the children of sub-postmasters?
No, I did not specifically speak about the children of the sub-postmasters. I simply talked about compensation for postmasters and their families.
And while in post as Secretary of State, had there been, as far as you're aware, any discussion within government about the question of redress or restorative justice for the families of sub-postmasters?
The conversations were always about financial compensation for sub-postmasters and their families.
And their families?
I believe so, because specifically in the context I remember having these discussions were where a sub-postmaster had passed away and what could be done for the families.
And when you were in government, can you recall if there was any discussion at all about creating any specific route or scheme to ensure redress, specifically for the lost chances and trauma experienced by the children of sub-postmasters?
There was a conversation I recall us having about these requests being made, but I wouldn't be able to give you anything more specific than that, I'm afraid.
Okay. And would you accept, looking back and knowing the experiences that you had and your objective as Secretary of State, if the concern was really to do the right thing and to be seen to do the right thing, can the whole question of compensation, redress, restorative justice really truly be answered if those lost chances are overlooked entirely?
Well, I don't think that they should be overlooked. I think that they certainly need to be considered, because compensation isn't just about financial, it's not just about financial loss. Reputational loss also took place as well as other things. But what I was not able to do was look into specific cases of postmasters or their families. It was about the principle of what we were trying to do, which was to make sure that we were being seen to be fair, being fair, and ensuring that justice was delivered. What justice looks like and how it is delivered is not always the case for ministers. It's something that we may have a view on, but this is what I believe the purpose of the inquiry is, so that everyone can see and hear and a fair conclusion is made.
Okay. And moving on, the second thing I wanted to ask you about is to return very briefly to something you said this morning. And you've covered decision-making in government on value for money and your correspondence with the Treasury and the rule of law most latterly with Mr. Beer. Just want to ask you about something you said. When you were asked this morning about what caused delay in compensation, you referred to the government machine. Very briefly, what is the government machine?
It is all of those processes, procedures, decisions, consultations, reviews, submissions, all of those things which need to be done to evidence decisions, and all of the people who are involved in that. It's not any specific individual. There is, in my view, nobody who wanted to slow down compensation. That was not the objective of anyone. There, of course, were people who quite rightly wanted to make sure that there was value for money. That is something that is part of, the principles which we, as ministers and government officials, need to make sure. We can't just do what we like because it is not our money. The money belongs to people. But as more and more checks and balances are created, more and more accountability, more and more rules and regulations, these things do have an impact. And those things do tend to slow down processes where you just want to get people money out the door as quickly as possible.
Now, Mr. Steen's also given you a rundown of the individual ministers who came before you. If it's believed the government machine is broken, or if it isn't working very well, whose responsibility is it to take the steps needed to fix it?
Well, there needs to be an acknowledgement that the government machine and the system is broken, and I think you will find that I'm actually in a minority of opinion when I say that. And I think you will find that the government does not necessarily, and we have a new government, does not necessarily believe so. That is an argument that I've been making for a long time. But as you can see, given that I'm leader of the opposition, not Prime Minister, and not a Secretary of State, that is not an argument that I am winning. I think that this is something that we need to examine in and of itself. The way that we can have some reforms to improve the system need looking at. And I hope that that's one of the outcomes from this inquiry.
And I could just pause you there. We're here in the whole of this inquiry dealing with what's been described as one of the biggest miscarriages of justice in modern legal history. From your last responses to Mr. Beer, I suspect you'd accept whatever changes made to that machine, the machine must respect the rule of law.
Absolutely. The machine must respect the rule of law, but we also need to make sure that the laws are good. If you have bad laws, then the rule of law will not work out the way people want it to. We need to make sure that the laws themselves are good, and that is the job of legislators.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Badenoch. Nothing else from me.
Thank you.
Where are we now, Mr. Blake?
In fact, to me, sir, it's just Mr. Henry to go.
Well, what about an afternoon break?
So could I urge upon you to just let Mr. Henry ask his questions and then take the break so we can then switch the witnesses?
All right, but I'm becoming very concerned about the time left this afternoon, Mr. Beard. Over to you, Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, sir. I just want to go to a little bit of your evidence where you stated, I think the communication channels between myself and UKGI should have been, and then you paused, there should have been more information passing direct to me, not just through Kevin. And Kevin would, of course, give me a summary, but there were some times that we actually ended up coming to different views on things. So we had different views, for example, on Nick Reed, the CEO, and then it reads, but problematically. But we just
not problematically.
Exactly,
That's
I was
not.
going to, yeah, not problematically. What were the different views that you held to Mr. Hollinrake on Mr. Reed?
It was in terms of whether Nick Reed was doing the best that he could as CEO. And I felt that the issue was less Nick Reed, but more the difficulties of running that sort of organization in the first place. And of course, yes, mistakes had been made, but I did not think that Nick Reed was a bad CEO. He may not have been the right CEO, given what we know now. I don't think that when he was appointed, that was certainly an issue. But I saw someone who was trying to do his best. Kevin had a different view, but we're all entitled to our different opinions.
He had a different view, but of course you were very clear in the course of your evidence, and there's no criticism at all, because you had a huge portfolio, that you delegated considerable responsibility to him, although you were the ultimate decision maker.
Yes, that's right.
And so therefore he had a direct and far more first-hand grasp of the issues, would you agree, than you?
Not necessarily, because he gave me his full and frank view, but I also was able to observe CEOs across a whole number of arm's-length bodies, which Kevin was not. So I was also able to make a comparison, and I was also making a comparison to CEOs who I had seen in the private sector. But also, Kevin was looking at this very much from the perspective of what was going on at the post office at that particular time. As a Secretary of State, attending Cabinet and looking at what other Cabinet ministers were doing, talking about and dealing with, I was taking a much broader view. And it is very often the case that people will look at the same facts and come to very different conclusions. People often witness the same events and give completely different witness statements. So I do not think that it is the case that just because I had delegated to Kevin, that his view must have been the correct one and mine not.
But you definitely differed on this.
On that point, yes. Not, and as I said, not problematically, because in terms of conclusions, I did not think that we were going to change very much in terms of how we needed to manage the organization. My view was what Nick needed was a chair who was a little bit more hands-on, and that was why we made the direct appointment of Nigel Railton, so that he could provide support during Nick Reed's tenure.
Well, there's no need to go any further than what we have done, so I shall pause there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, there's one question I want to ask you, Ms. Badenoch, and it arises from a sentence in your second witness statement, and it's at paragraph 38.
Okay.
I think we need to have it on screen because I'm just going to read the one sentence. The post office, on the other hand, is caught in this awkward halfway house where it is given only enough to exist in a state of permanent starvation, right? Those are, if I may say so, very powerful words. If it is to continue to exist in a state of permanent starvation, can it exist at all?
Yes, it can exist in that state. I don't think that that is what is best for the post office. But in order for this to change, I think what we ask the post office to do and how we ask it to do it will need to change. It may be the case that in order to save money in the future, a lot more needs to be given right now. But it is also the case, as I saw when I looked at NBIT, I did not think that what the post office was doing with that IT program was value for money. So there are things going wrong on both sides. I'm not sure that the way that the post office commissioned and carried out the delivery of that IT program was done properly, which would justify the Treasury believing that it shouldn't just be given more money if it is not spending it judiciously. However, I do know that the way that government works in terms of providing money, those one-year spending review settlements where we decide what we're giving to education and what we're giving to the NHS, making a decision about what the post office gets when you're deciding how much we're going to fund health, the post office will always lose that battle. If you are deciding what's going to happen to children, what's going to happen to sick people, oh, and here's the post office will always lose. We need to find a different way of making those decisions.
Right. So can I take it that you agree with that which Mr. Reynolds told me this morning, that despite all its problems, it's still worth saving the post office?
Yes, I absolutely do agree with that. The challenge is where we find the money.
Yeah, sure.
And making sure the government has the money to do so is absolutely key. It's a different question entirely, but should we have a post office? Yes, I think it is a cultural institution that's absolutely essential for us to keep, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Ms. Badenoch, for giving evidence to me. Well, I think it's all been this afternoon, albeit it started before lunch. So thank you for taking the time to come to the inquiry, and thank you for making 2 witness statements.
Thank you, Sir Wynne.
Right, so we'll now have our break, and can I tell everyone that my cut-off point this afternoon has to be 5 o'clock, so I urge Council to agree between them how we manage that time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Blake will have heard that. 3:35, please.
Yeah, fine.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This afternoon we're going to hear from Mr. Patterson.
Yep.
Repeat after me, please. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
William Paul Patterson.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, you have previously appeared at this inquiry. You have produced 5 witness statements. The second and third witness statement, you have already confirmed the truth of their content, but I'd just like to address all of them at once, please. The first witness statement, it doesn't need to be brought up onto screen, is WITN 066501000, dated the 28th of September 2022. That related to Phase 2. The second witness statement is FUJ 001260035, dated the 29th of December 2022. That related to Phase 3. The third witness statement, that's WITN 066503000, dated the 14th of September 2023. That relates to Phase 4. The fourth witness statement, WITN 066504000, dated the 8th of August 2024, relates to phases 5 and 6. And finally, the fifth witness statement, WITN 066505000, dated the 23rd of September 2024, relates to phase 7. Can you confirm that you have copies of those in front of you, and in respect of those which you haven't already addressed, so that's the first, the fourth and the fifth statements, that you can see your signature on those statements?
Yes, I can, Mr. Blake.
And can you confirm that all of those statements are true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. All of those statements, or the ones that haven't yet been published, will be published on the inquiry's website. As I've said, you have previously given evidence to this inquiry, and you have been called back today to principally address 2 issues. The first is the current state of Horizon and the use of Horizon in respect of actions against sub-postmasters, and the second is the issue of redress or compensation. As we established last time, you are the Director of Fujitsu Services Limited, is that correct?
Yes.
And the Executive Vice President and Chief Executive Officer of the Europe region?
Yes.
You joined Fujitsu, I think, in 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If we could then bring onto screen your fifth statement, that's WITN 066505000. Thank you very much. And could we please look at page 6 of that statement? And it's paragraph 14 that I'd like to ask you about. You say at paragraph 14, Fujitsu accepts that there have been failures to meet the standards expected. Can you assist us with what specifically those failures are so far as Fujitsu is concerned?
So I think I cover a number of the topics inside the statement, but as I reflect on my previous evidence as well, the prosecutory support clauses in the contract meant that we put too much focus on the clauses in the contract rather than on the impacts on the sub-postmasters. I think there was a second topic for me, which is about the support of our employees when they flagged up concerns. And my third issue was around the whole industrialisation of witness statements, which I thought was and we think is completely inappropriate.
Page 27, paragraph 72, you've said that there is still substantial work to be done. Is it your view that the failings, insofar as Fujitsu are concerned, were substantial?
Well, the 3 examples I've just given you, I think they are substantial, and they resulted and they contributed to a miscarriage of justice on an enormous scale. So yes, I think they were substantive.
I won't be going into the detailed evidence. We won't be looking at the who, what, where, when, how. But it's important to understand Fujitsu's corporate position on what it accepts. I just want to see, in respect of 3 propositions. The first is, does Fujitsu accept that it provided a witness or witnesses in criminal proceedings who provided evidence that was at a minimum incomplete or otherwise should not have been relied upon.
So I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Blake. So my reading of the evidence and what was submitted, I think they were exactly as you just described.
Thank you. Second of all, does Fujitsu accept that it provided audit data, ARQ data, that was at certain points also unreliable?
Yes.
Third, does Fujitsu accept that there have been occasions in the context of enforcement action against sub-postmasters where information that was provided by Fujitsu was unreliable, inaccurate, or otherwise incomplete?
So I don't know about all the cases. I'm not familiar with all the cases and where witness statements were given. But I think there was a general theme, which was they were, and I seem to recall in evidence, witness statements being edited and being adjusted by post office lawyers. So I think there was a number of those areas where they were inaccurate, incomplete. Yes.
Thank you. Moving on then to the current position and the current operation of Horizon, could we please bring up onto screen the expert report from YouGov, that's EXPG 607, maybe 707. Thank you very much. Could we please turn to page 17? As you're aware, this YouGov report is based on responses from approaching 1,000 current sub-postmasters. Have you read this report?
Yes, I have.
Looking at page 17, we saw there that the net dissatisfaction in respect of how Horizon currently operates is a clear majority of those as between those dissatisfied and those satisfied. We have 49% net dissatisfied. If we could turn over the page, please. Thank you. It says there the vast majority, that's 92% of sub-postmasters surveyed, reported experiencing some form of issues with the Horizon IT system in the last 12 months. It gives an example, if we scroll down, of an open-ended comment. In my opinion, Horizon is still flawed. I regularly have unexplained discrepancies, often altering daily or manifesting at balance. If we scroll over the page, we have the list there at figure 8 of issues experienced within the last 12 months. Unexplained discrepancies, 57% of those who responded said that they had experienced unexplained discrepancies with Horizon in the past 12 months. We have there unexplained transactions, 19%, missing transactions, 14%, double entry of transactions, 10%. Do you have any reason to doubt those figures or experiences of the sub-postmasters?
So when I look at this report, and I had my team try and decode it, my concern is the term Horizon has been used to cover everything inside the post office's complete supply chain. So if you are sub-postmasters, this is exactly the view you would get, because you will look on your screen and these are some of the problems or discrepancies or issues that they are experiencing. So it is absolutely correct from their experience. But screen freezes could be caused by multiple things. The post office has its network provided by a third party. Issues with pin pads have nothing to do with the Horizon system. They are provided for and maintained by another organisation. And when I listened to Melanie Park's, I think, evidence around discrepancies and innocent, actually, in some cases, innocent double keying or whatever, all of that told me that these things need to be properly investigated, not to rely on a very narrow definition of Horizon or a very narrow definition of where a problem would be.
Do you think that the system that is provided by Fujitsu could be, at least in some part, to explain for those unexplained discrepancies, unexplained transactions, missing transactions?
So Fujitsu has been clear all the way along. There continues to be bugs, errors and defects. There continues to be end of life. This application, the Horizon application, as I think was covered in the witness statements earlier today, is end of life. It was meant to be end of life some years ago, and a new system was meant to be in play. So all of those things are correct, and could be or could not be causing those problems, which again is why I made the point a moment ago. Any accusation to a sub-postmaster needs to be properly investigated and not rely on one data point.
Perhaps we can see your reflections on in respect of the end of life situation. Could we please turn to FUJ 002432999, please? It's correspondence that the inquiry has seen from the 15th of December of 2023 to Mr. Brocklesby, and it relates to the extension of the contract. I'll just read to you a few passages. At paragraph 1 there, if we scroll down, it says, the risks associated with the continued provision of the Horizon system, including the audit archive on an end-of-life IT infrastructure. Understandably, Post Office has historically been strategically focused on alternative solutions to Horizon rather than investing in the existing infrastructure. Due to the age and consequent end-of-life status of the underpinning Horizon infrastructure, there is an increasing risk of failure of the infrastructure that could result in adverse impact in the delivery of services to the public. Is that one of the points that you were just making, that as time goes on, the end-of-life status means that there is an increasing risk of failure?
There is an enormous increase in risk. The Post Office have rightly been focused on their other suppliers and building their new system, and Horizon application was meant to have been retired. So they put their efforts and focus, understandably, into the new world and not into the old world. To give this some context, we have not turned off some of this equipment because it is so old.
Another challenge to the feasibility and continued delivery of the Horizon system, number 2, is the technical complexity and risk associated with updating infrastructure at various states of obsolescence and compatibility, and to delivering new system requirements, including because of lessons learned and commitments to end users. These activities are increasingly risky and technically challenging, given the end of service life Horizon system noted in paragraph 1. So those are the challenges in respect to making changes to the Horizon system going forward.
Yes, and as I mentioned a moment ago, the Horizon application is one of many applications which are all interconnected inside the Post Office's supply chain. When you change one part, you need to make sure that it connects with Credence, with Polsat, with all the other systems that the Post Office uses directly and with other third parties. When something is this old and you make that change, it has consequential impacts on all of those other systems, which you need to be super careful about.
We're going to look at some of the correspondence between yourself and the Post Office, Mr. Reed, in due course, but could we just quickly go through a few of those letters, a few lines in a few of those letters. If we start with FUJ 0024324, it's a letter that we've already seen in great depth of the 8th of July 2024 between yourself and Nick Reed. As I said, we'll come to the context of these letters. But if we scroll down, there's only one passage that I'd like to draw your attention to. It says there, as the Post Office is well aware, there have been and there continue to be bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. Further, Fujitsu currently has and previously had access to branch transaction records. 2 points you're highlighting there. One is bugs, errors and defects. The other is what has come to be known as remote access. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we please then turn to FUJ 002433303, a further letter of the 23rd of August. This one is to an investigator at the City of London Police. If we could scroll down the first page, please. Under A, it says, as discussed, the Horizon system has had and continues to to have bugs, errors and defects, some of which may not have been detected at this time. So not only an acceptance that the current system has bugs, errors and defects, but also there are effectively unknowns.
Yes, but I think the second sentence is also important, which is the Horizon application is fed from other third-party systems and business processes. So as well as Horizon may well have unknown, I cannot attest to the validity or the performance of those other systems.
Thank you very much. That letter can come down and we'll return to it shortly. Are we to understand from that correspondence and from your evidence that there are currently reliability issues with the Horizon system?
So the Horizon system, as far as I understand today, is performing to its contractual performance levels in terms of its SLAs. Last week I got an update on where we are with bugs, errors and defects. There are currently 16, and we have patches, which is the technical term for the fixes, cited to go in February after the Christmas peak. So I think there is good understanding of where there are bugs, errors and defects, and a process which is well communicated with the post office. There is a weekly session with the post office, and we're told they communicate that to the sub-postmasters. But there will continue to be, Mr. Blake, with changes and with age, bugs, errors and defects that may well arise.
Does the system that Fujitsu provides operate in a way, and I'm going to use the language of a letter from Ernst & Young that we saw in phase 2 of this inquiry. It's a 1999 letter. Does it operate in a way that would allow sub-postmasters to produce their accounts to a suitable degree of integrity?
I couldn't answer that question.
Do you consider it to be sufficiently reliable for sub-postmasters to produce their accounts?
So, Mr. Blake, you're asking me to comment on audit and accounting processes which I don't have any professional understanding on. What I can say is that the system today performs to the SLAs that the Post Office requires to do, to perform to. I can't comment on whether that document that's produced at the back and what's its contents or whether it's appropriate for them to legally sign off. That would be massively overstepping my capability.
The Horizon...
Sorry, Mr. Patterson, I've forgotten what SLA stands for.
Oh, forgive me, service level agreements.
Sorry, yeah, fine.
Sub-postmasters up and down the country use a system that is, the fundamentals are provided by Fujitsu. Does that system, as far as you are aware, is it sufficient to produce reliable accounts?
So, I think in all the evidence that we've seen and all the inquiry we've seen, the reporting that comes out of Horizon, whether it's appropriate or not, may have bugs, errors and defects, may have been fed bugs, errors and defects, may not be reflecting the accuracy of what's gone on in the sub-postmaster's branch. What is the document that's required by the post office signed off by the sub-postmaster? I have no idea.
Not the post office. I mean, the taxman, for example.
I have no idea, Mr. Blake. I've never seen one of those documents about what would be presented to an accountant or to the HMRC. I don't believe it's in my evidence.
Are you confident, for example, that somebody could come to the inquiry from Horizon, from Fujitsu, and say, where you're sitting, that as somebody who operates Horizon, and of course individual cases have to be taken on their own basis and their own facts, but as somebody who operates Horizon, the system, so far as they are concerned, is reliable for accounting purposes?
Mr. Blake, I'm going to answer it. I don't know. If that question was being posed, I would expect the post office to be sitting here as well as the engineers on our side to determine whether the information required is appropriate to be able to sign those things off. It's very clear. It's very clear. Forgive me. It's very clear in all the evidence in this inquiry that there is a level of unreliability. I've said it at the start of this particular evidence around bugs, errors and defects, and the whole end-to-end. Horizon in some respects represents the end-to-end of what goes on inside a sub-postmaster's branch and what happens in post office, head office. So for me to sit here and say I think there's enough in that documentation to allow HMRC or an accountant to sign off, I am not qualified to answer that, and neither are my colleagues.
Mr. Patton, you are presumably somebody who goes up and down the country bidding for contracts. If you were selling Horizon as a new system, would you be able to tell the person who you are selling that system to that at the end of the day, the accounts that it produces are reliable?
So we do not sell this system. This system is end of life. At the Public Accounts Committee, when I gave evidence, this is not a product that we've ever sold to another customer. It is bespoke to the post office, and it's bespoke to the post office's requirements. So again, I would ask that would be a question I would be asking the post office: is the documentation and the material that comes out of it reflecting of what is required?
Can you see how that is an issue if you're a current sub-postmaster who operates that system, who produces accounts, who relies on the system day in, day out, that the head of the company in Europe who produces that system can't say that what's coming out of it is reliable?
So I'll give you a slightly different example. If in a cash pouch a sub-postmaster inadvertently puts in 2 extra zeros and that cash pouch gets to the other end of the line and it doesn't have those 2 extra zeros of money, that's a discrepancy. Horizon has just reported what was keyed in on one end and what was counted at the other end. So forgive me, do I then say that the Horizon system is accurate? Well, in that example, I can't say that because I don't know what's going on.
Are we again repeating the words user error?
No, far from it. I use that as an example. Please forgive me, Mr. Blake. Please forgive me. I am very respectful for the sub-postmasters and what they've gone through.
So all I'm asking about is not the individual user making an error. I'm purely asking about the system that you provide.
Well, I'll take it away from being a user. Does the PolSAP system feed into the Horizon system correctly? I don't know the answer to that.
That's a third-party system.
But Horizon reflects all of that, and that's the transactions, in fairness to the sub-postmaster, that he or she are representing. So which is why we've been consistent since the very start of the inquiry that there have been bugs, errors and defects. There will continue to be unreliability in the front end, and in the rest of the supply chain, I do not know the answer to that. Which is why, when we get to the next set of questions, we've been so keen to make sure that investigations take in the entire system and don't rely on a very narrow point of view.
And let's move to that correspondence. If we start with FUJ 00243157. If we start, please, on page 4. Thank you. This is an email exchange. You'll be familiar with. The inquiry is familiar with it. It relates to a City of London police investigation in April of this year. And Simon Oldnell of the Post Office says, can I ask that you help with any conversations that City of London police need to have with Fujitsu Services Limited? If we scroll over the page, please, to page 3. The response from Mr. Walton of Fujitsu is, as this is a legal matter, Fujitsu Legal are communicating with the City of London Police. I'm not involved in those communications, and in any event, Fujitsu considers it to be inappropriate for Post Office and Fujitsu to be discussing a police investigation. If we go to page 2, please. If we scroll down, we can see this is an email we saw with Mr. Bartlett. He says, City of London Police has informed us that they've not had any additional information or contact with Fujitsu after the single exploratory and inconclusive conversation. They left that conversation with the feeling that they were indirectly being told that the Horizon system was unreliable and so the case cannot progress. We really need to explore this, as this is not the nuanced impression Simon Oldnall has given me. As the potential victim in this case, the Post Office would be grateful if you could provide me with contact details for either the equivalent person in Fujitsu to my role or an appropriate person in your legal team. I will then pass those details on to the City of London Police, who are looking to have a trilateral conversation with Fujitsu, Post Office and City of London Police. It's impossible to overstate how important this is. I need to advise both the police and the Post Office as to evidentially established reliability or not of data that is being used every day in establishing outcomes with postmasters and potentially to be presented to the criminal justice system by the police and the 3 public prosecuting agencies. The non-provision of relevant witness statements from the Post Office and Fujitsu will rightly be interpreted by the police and prosecutors as Post Office and Fujitsu not having faith in the reliability of the data, with the obvious outcome resulting. If we go on to page 1, please. We see there the response from the solicitor for Fujitsu's legal team saying, please refer any correspondence to me rather than Mr. Walton. I note your comments, which aren't accepted. It's not appropriate for Fujitsu to discuss with Post Office the nature and substance of its cooperation with an ongoing police investigation. And if we scroll up to the top, we have there Mr. Bartlett's response. We've had a call with City of London Police following your email below, and they will be in touch with you again to arrange the taking of a witness statement or statements. We would be grateful for Fujitsu to extend any and all assistance to City of London Police to aid their objective understanding and assessment as to the reliability of the Horizon system and the admissibility of evidence produced from it relating to the investigation they are conducting, following Post Office making a crime report to them as a potential victim. As we've seen, that then sparks a number of letters between yourself and Mr. Reid. I will take them as quickly as we can. If we start, please, at FUJ 00243-199. We have there the letter of the 17th of May, where in the first paragraph you explain serious concerns. You say, to be clear, Fujitsu will not support the Post Office to act against postmasters. We will not provide the support for any enforcement actions taken by the Post Office against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. And then you address each one of them. Criminal investigations, you refer to that City of London Police investigation, and you say, the approach of Fujitsu is to cooperate with the police and any other third party exercising independent investigative, prosecutorial, regulatory or judicial powers. However, we are concerned by the behaviour of the Post Office investigation team on this matter, and you address the concern there relating to, for example, reference to the Post Office being a victim, and that's something we have already addressed. The second, in relation to the pursuit of shortfalls from sub-postmasters, you say it seems that the Post Office may be continuing to pursue postmasters for shortfalls in their accounts. We would have expected the Post Office has changed its behaviour. It shouldn't essentially be relying on Horizon data as a basis for that enforcement. You then address the issue of redress and say that you will continue to provide data in relation to redress. Sorry, before I get to a question, I'll just quickly take you through 2 more letters. The first is FUJ 00243-201. This is the response from Mr. Reid. Thank you very much. At the bottom of the page, he reassures you that the Post Office won't be undertaking their own prosecutions. He explains over the page, please. The Post Office requests the use of Horizon data for a number of day-to-day business reasons, including supporting postmasters with their branches. In terms of enforcement, the Post Office's requests only relate to cases where our teams are supporting criminal investigations or prosecutions pursued by independent third parties. He says, in response to the specific case you raised, potential criminal activities were identified in the branch and post office, therefore reported the matter to police. We have assisted with the police's investigation, including providing supporting data. He says, naturally, it's vital for the police's investigation that it can rely on the Horizon data that it has received. In respect of shortfalls, he says that Horizon data isn't currently being used, but the post office data for a range of key day-to-day business activities, including supporting its postmasters with resolving discrepancies on their accounts, it is necessary to have your assistance. If we go over the page, please. He says there, post office sees reliance on Horizon data as essential to supporting postmasters with understanding and remediating discrepancies. Post office relies on Fujitsu and the services it provides to ensure that it can continue to support postmasters in that way. And then finally, he addresses the same topic, redress. The final document before I ask the question is at FUJ 00243204. And this is your response of the 8th of July, and I'll take that slightly more slowly. If we scroll down, please, you say there, in simple terms, the Post Office is requesting that Fujitsu give expert opinion evidence to be used in criminal proceedings against postmasters and post office workers. You say, in your letter, you rightly note that the content of any witness statement is a matter between the police and Fujitsu. However, I consider it necessary to address this issue with you because the request was made by Post Office and because I consider the request to be entirely inappropriate, particularly in the light of the evidence being uncovered at the inquiry. I enclose with this letter an email chain, and you refer to that email chain that we saw. You say a witness statement from Fujitsu attesting to the reliability of the Horizon system and of data from it in criminal proceedings would amount to expert opinion evidence. Fujitsu is incapable of providing expert opinion evidence as it is neither independent nor has it sufficient information to provide such an opinion. Now, you're not a lawyer, and I'm not asking you for a legal answer to this question. But why do you understand Fujitsu couldn't provide a witness statement, not purporting to be an independent witness statement, not purporting to be an independent expert, but just simply evidence of the personal experience of the author in respect of the reliability with whatever caveats it may require?
So first of all, we are actively supporting the police in their inquiries. There's evidence, I think, in the pack, in the bundle, excuse me, of a comprehensive set of correspondence with the police, drawing their attention to a number of areas directly from this inquiry. A witness statement from us on what comes out of the Horizon application is still a problem to us for exactly the reasons I said earlier, because the Horizon system is one lens on the entire supply chain in the post office. And we can't attest to everything that goes on in that from left to right. My other concern about the email from Mr. Bartlett was just trying to narrow things down. So as I've tried to pay close attention to this inquiry, one of the topics came up was people flagging things. Did executive flag things? Were we being transparent? Were we being curious? This is Fujitsu trying to be very transparent, very curious around what has gone on and what is going on day to day. So that was why we didn't feel like we could give a witness statement, but the material that we're given to the police at the moment, and I don't know the state of those cases, may still require us to give that in due course, Mr. Blake, but at this point in time we felt we couldn't.
In the email chain, it explained from the post office's perspective that they considered that the police had been given the impression that the system was unreliable. And that may in fact be consistent with the evidence that you've given to the inquiry today. But is there not some way in which Fujitsu could provide a statement that at least speaks about its own system that it operates, subject to the caveats of the third parties, that goes to, in some way, reassure the police in respect of the current reliability of the system?
Again, what I've learned and what our company has learned from the inquiry in its earlier stages is just these very narrow, containing questions. Was this correct at this point in time from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock? We feel that's completely inappropriate. I think the evidence during this inquiry suggests that that's also inappropriate. You need to take a holistic view, and in fairness to the sub-postmasters, that's what they need as well. They need to see the whole system that they are engaging with, not just the window, which is Horizon, but all the other parts of the components. It is impossible for Fujitsu, even with all those caveats. The other thing I've learned about caveats is nobody reads them, and people only then pick out the paragraph they want to pick out. And that was one of your first questions to me. So that is why we felt we couldn't. Now, evidence may well transpire. You know, there's a number of other cases going through. I think there's 33 prosecutions which the police are looking into at the moment. We are only aware of 4. So again, this point of transparency, and we were aware of none before January, February, when we got that email. So everything was silent to us, and then suddenly we get these 2 bequests, which made us very suspicious, very curious, hence why I wrote to Mr. Reid.
The next paragraph, I think I may have referred you to this already. It says, as the post office is well aware, there have been and there continue to be bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. Further, Fujitsu currently has and previously had access to branch transaction records. You also say, in addition to Fujitsu, the Horizon system is reliant on the delivery of services by post office and third parties retained by the post office. And that's the point you've also made today. If we scroll over the page, please. It says, based on the evidence which has been seen and heard in the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry, Fujitsu considers that all of the matters mentioned above would need to be investigated carefully by the Post Office and the police with the assistance of an independent technical IT expert and possibly also a forensic accounting expert to ascertain proper explanations for branch account discrepancies. Fujitsu considers that only after such an investigation has been undertaken could a meaningful expert witness statement be made in subsequent criminal proceedings, which addresses the reliability of the Horizon system and the relevant data produced. For the reasons I've mentioned above, Fujitsu cannot provide such a statement. Putting a statement to one side, what about an independent investigation into the reliability of the system? We've heard evidence that the Post Office are looking for some sort of independent statement from an IT expert. In respect of their investigation, do you commit to fully cooperating, opening up your books, your warehouses, your data to an expert for that purpose?
I think anything that helps the sub-postmasters in the entire end-to-end being confident about the systems that they are using, I welcome. Fujitsu would welcome. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all.
And in respect of opening up your books to that expert so that they can work out for themselves the reliability of the system.
Indeed, and I think, you know, back to the earlier comment, this is a complex environment which is in parts 25 years old, and we are applying today's computing standards to some of those things. So I think it will be difficult, hence why the system is end of life, hence why it should not be being extended, hence why it should have been replaced. So I have no problem at all in opening up to any analysis that a third party would wish to do.
Has Fujitsu had an independent company report on the current reliability of the Horizon system?
Now, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Blake.
We've seen some evidence, for example, back in 2012, that Fujitsu were going to obtain a KPMG report. I think it was stopped in light of the second site report. Is that your understanding, or do you have a different understanding?
I don't have much understanding. I saw that document in my bundle, and I don't have an opinion why it was stopped or didn't go ahead. I read the email traffic. And
focusing on the present, though, people may be interested in why the burden is being placed on the post office to obtain that independent report, why it is that Fujitsu themselves, in the time that's been available, haven't commissioned an external investigation into the reliability of a system that they produce.
So I think, again, it's about we're expanding what the system is and that definition of what the Horizon application is. There are multiple things in this supply chain which Horizon touches or is fed with. I think it's right and proper that that whole system end-to-end is examined, not just the Horizon application. Which is, and whether we should be partly funding that or doing it, I think that's perfectly sensible for us to have that conversation with the Post Office. Why we haven't done that in the past? Well, frankly, it's been end of life. We're not meant to be maintaining this system. And in fact, we have not been doing any material investment in it, or the Post Office haven't, for several years. And I'm sure we'll come on to that question in a moment.
I'll take you to how this correspondence with the Post Office ends. And we can start with FUJ 002432009. 23rd of July 2024 response from Owen Woodley. I won't go into the detail. If we scroll down, we can see that he says he shares your commitment. Post Office has unquestionably changed its mindset. Post Office will never again take a prosecutorial role. He addresses the question of expert evidence. He says, as you rightly say, Fujitsu is not able to provide expert opinion evidence, and it's not sufficiently independent for any statements that it may provide to be deemed expert evidence by the Crown Prosecution Service. Post Office is aware that it has not and would not request that Fujitsu provides expert opinion evidence. If we scroll over, he then says in that top paragraph, about halfway through, he says the police have raised questions regarding the data and the Horizon system, and the investigations, the ACNI, I think it's A and CI team, referred the police to Fujitsu as the Post Office's provider of the system to obtain answers to those questions. The feedback they received in April 2024 was that the police had only been able to have one conversation with Fujitsu at that time, and the investigation officer's impression from the conversation was that they were indirectly being told by Fujitsu that the Horizon system was unreliable. As a result, the police told the team that the investigation could not progress. In light of the feedback from the police, Mr. Bartlett sent the email, and he's explaining the background to the email and why it was sent. He's not asking Fujitsu to act as an independent expert witness in this case. He asked that Fujitsu engage with the police and provide a statement when requested to do so by the police regarding the reliability of the data which was informing the police's investigation. I understand from your previous correspondence that Fujitsu has confirmed it will engage further with the police in this matter. He then goes on to address criminal investigations and prosecutions. If we go over the page, please. He says to get the right checks and balances in any of these investigations processes, data will be required from the Horizon system, along with analysis of any known bugs, errors, or defects. He then addresses the victim point. He moves on to postmaster shortfalls. Thank you for confirming Fujitsu will continue to deliver its contractual obligations, including reporting promptly and transparently on branch impacting incidents. While the Post Office does not currently take civil recovery action to recover established losses from postmasters, This may be necessary in future to establish a fair, transparent and consistent approach to recoveries. So he's referring there to potential actions to recover apparent shortfalls. He says, I welcome your commitment that Fujitsu will work collaboratively with the Post Office over the coming months so that together we can achieve the best outcome for the postmasters, and your offer to work collaboratively on the future of the Horizon system is much appreciated. We then turn to your response at FUJ 00243211. A response dated the 26th of July of this year. And you say, it is unfortunate that Nick, that's Nick Reed, was not able to attend the meeting as discussed. The original purpose of writing to Nick was to escalate CEO to CEO the concerns relating to certain behaviours within the Post Office. It seems clear that the Post Office continues to have significant cultural issues, sees itself as a victim with the enforcement and prosecution of postmasters considered as business as usual activity of a commercial retail company. As I stated in my correspondence to Nick, and during our discussion, Fujitsu finds the language and the suggested behaviour unacceptable from Post Office investigators. I do not intend to engage further with the Post Office on the matters I raised. We completely trust in Sir Win and the inquiry process, which will examine the extent of the Post Office's change in Phase 7. It might be suggested that that is a rather petulant response to a serious letter from the Post Office. So what is your view on that?
It's not petulant at all, and I also heard a term being used, it was schoolboy playground things. I take all of this matter personally really, really seriously, so seriously, which is why I wrote to Nick Reed. Because as I said earlier, I've learned in the evidence in this inquiry too much or lack of transparency, lack of clarity, lack of curiosity on a very, very complex set of material and environments. So it's not petulant at all. I felt it was really serious, particularly when I'm contacted as a company by the police, accusing sub-postmasters of very serious offences. And given what I have heard in this inquiry, I felt it was really important that I lay out clearly that we will not be supporting the Post Office. However, Mr. Blake, we are actively supporting the police in those inquiries. I know it's also come up in this inquiry whether we are or not. I think you've seen some of the material. They are very comprehensive. I saw some material this morning also on this very matter with the police. So we are actively supporting the police and sharing with them all the material that we've got, as well as the material, obviously, from this inquiry.
And what about that second paragraph, though? I do not intend to engage further with the Post Office on the matters I raised. Why was it in this summer you couldn't say to the Post Office, of course we'll supply to the police whatever witness statement they ask for?
So in our statement to the Select Committee in 2020, we made it clear in that we will continue to support the police in their investigations. It's in my corporate statement here. I think on the back paragraphs, we will continue to support the police in any investigations. I felt there's been a number of changes in the executive team in the Post Office. I met Nick early on when we were both appointed. I've now met Mr. Woodley. I've now met their new acting CEOs as well. And one of my other concerns you would have seen in my notes was just about the continuity of that understanding, about how serious Fujitsu takes this matter. And therefore, I wasn't going to engage any further with the Post Office, but would with the police.
Does that in some way signify a quite serious breakdown in the relationship between Fujitsu and the Post Office?
So operationally, we are very well engaged and delivering against our contract to the Post Office. On Friday evening, I spoke to 2 executives from the Post Office about their request on an extension. So we continue to focus on the day-to-day and what needs to be done. But on this particular matter about prosecutions, I will not engage with the Post Office. We will not engage with the Post Office on it.
Right. I understand that, Mr. Patterson. Let me just ask you this. As we are talking to each other now, how many, if not exactly, approximately, cases are you, and I'm using these words completely neutrally, having correspondence or discussions with the police?
4.
4, right. In those 4 cases, to the best of your knowledge and belief, has Fujitsu answered the questions or tried to answer the questions that the police have posed to them?
Yes, Sir Win. In fact, one of the documents was 33 pages laying out the answers to those questions.
That's fine. In those 4 cases, if the police has asked for documentary material, has it been provided?
Yes.
If the police have asked for data from Horizon, has that been provided?
No, I don't know whether they have asked for that yet, Sir Win.
Well, I'm not, if they haven't, that's fine.
Yeah. But if they do, absolutely.
Right. And in any of the cases to date, has the police asked Fujitsu to nominate a person to make a witness statement?
I don't believe so.
Right. And so far as you are aware, if the police made such a request of Fujitsu, would you at least try to find a person who could make a witness statement?
Absolutely, Sir Win. Absolutely.
Right. Fine. Okay. So that's the current position. Right. Back to you, Mr. Blake.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll move on then to the extension of the contract. Could we bring back onto screen your 5th witness statement at page 30, please? And it's paragraph 77. Thank you. Page 30, paragraph 77. You say there, as noted above, the Horizon contract is due to end on the 31st of March 2025. However, in the event that it is not possible, Fujitsu is currently discussing with the Post Office, at its request, the potential for a short-term extension, which the Post Office envisages to be approximately 2 years, to facilitate an orderly exit and transition to occur. In light of the evidence that has emerged in the inquiry in relation to the Post Office's conduct and culture and the challenges that Fujitsu has faced with regard to visibility over the Post Office's use of Horizon data and/or records, Fujitsu's position will be that any extension to the Horizon contract should necessarily see the removal of the court case support services provisions. Can you assist us with what you mean by the court case services provisions?
So I don't have all the clauses in my head, but there is a set of responsibilities placed on Fujitsu back when this contract was agreed in 1999, which had a number of activities and responsibilities. Fujitsu will not sign any extension if those conditions are still in the contract.
Are you able to assist us with whether Fujitsu will be able to assist the Post Office in respect of the investigations of shortfalls, putting aside historic criminal matters, in respect of current shortfalls experienced by postmasters?
So I think I also say in here somewhere about the ARQ data is moving to, so all the historical data will be under the Post Office's control. And in fact, when I was talking to Mr. Welton a few weeks ago, that was very important to him. So I think actually the Post Office by early February will have all of the data inside their own control to support any investigations that they wish to do.
And in respect of matters after February, so let's say in a year's time, there needs to be an investigation into a shortfall. Is that something that you will be assisting the Post Office on or not?
Yes, I would expect those types of operational engagements to continue, and I think they are quite different in tone to court case support services and my very earlier comment around the industrialisation of witness statements.
Thank you. We've seen in other documents the discussion of potentially a 5-year extension, 5 more years of horizon. Would it be possible, in light of what you've said, to improve the reliability of horizon data over that time, or do you anticipate that, in fact, it may get worse over that time?
So the first correspondence, I think, was December, where the request for 5 years. In my meeting with the acting CEO at the time, Owen Woodley, I think the request was 2 years. We've had a request for 3 years. And this morning, as I walked into this building, I had another request, which was for 4 years. So this continues to move around in terms of what the requirements are from the Post Office. I am encouraged by the new leaders who seem to be getting more understanding and clarity around what the actual business requirements from the Horizon system will be. But to your question, I am very worried about it. And in fact, my correspondence and my commentary to them as well is it needs to be the shortest possible time entirely, because this system is not meant to be continuing. And it's not had any material investments in the last 4 years, while the attention has been on NBIT or versions of NBIT. My earlier comment also around Horizon is one part, this application is one part of an complete supply chain. And in fairness to the Post Office, that means it's got to have multiple tests of all their other systems as well. So if you change one part, you have to test everything else. So I think it's very, very difficult to know whether 3 years, 4 years or 5 years will be required, will be possible, to your question.
Thank you. I want to look at current use of Horizon data. If we could bring back onto screen your witness statement, WITN 066505000, page 25, paragraph 66. Thank you. It's the bottom of page 25. You say there, Fujitsu continues to provide the Post Office with Horizon data, including ARQ data, when requested as part of its provision of services related to the Horizon system. Over the page, please. While Fujitsu has informed the Post Office that it will not provide support for enforcement actions taken against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, Fujitsu has struggled to verify the purpose to which the Post Office intends to put the data, or what the data is in fact used for. Can you assist us with what you mean by struggle to verify the purpose?
So I think it came up in some of the Post Office executives' evidence as well. So one of the things that we are very concerned about, again, this narrow use of information, is information being requested and used for, in the concern here, for prosecutions. And what we were asking for, and what we did on a very simple form, which is an ARQ form, is could you tick a box to say, is it used for redress or management information or for prosecution? The Post Office felt that that was inappropriate and didn't accept that change. But that was the reason for the change. And if I go back to what Fujitsu has learned through this inquiry, it's that curiosity topic again. You know, what is the data being used for, rather than just handing over the data without any context to it.
Perhaps you could bring onto screen the forms, the new form and the old form, FUJ 00243213. If it's possible to bring that on screen alongside FUJ 00243227. Is this the ARQ form that you were referring to?
Yes, I think it is. So I think it is, yes.
And if we have a look at the one now on the left-hand side, there are two additional questions there that are said to be mandatory. The first asks, is this request related to either the investigation of or action being taken or intended to be taken by the Post Office against a postmaster or post office worker in connection with potential fraud, theft, breach of contract, or any other potential impropriety which is suspected to have occurred at a relevant post office branches. And the second is, will this information be used to support either a postmaster or a post office worker to achieve financial redress? So they are provided with two options. One, presumably, is one that you have absolutely no issue with. The second one, providing information in relation to redress.
Correct.
In respect of the first, what is the position if I were to tick yes?
Well, so the Post Office have not accepted the change in the form, is my understanding. So we're still reverting to the old ways.
There is another option, at least one more option, isn't there, that the Post Office might need the data to assist a sub-postmaster in understanding and discussing their current shortfalls. Is that something that is missing in this mandatory section?
So that would be, wouldn't it? Yes, I'd agree with you on that.
There has been, we've seen in an email chain, a dispute between the Post Office and Fujitsu in respect of this new form. Could we please turn to FUJ 002432333? And if we start on page 4, please. Thank you. The bottom of page 3 into page 4. You have somebody from the remediation team. If we scroll down, we can see their name. And it says as follows. It says, please find attached an updated ARQ request tracker with a brief summary of all previous and new requests since our last ARQ request. If we scroll up, we can see a response. Bottom of page 2, please. Oh, sorry, the bottom of page 3. Thank you. The response there from Fujitsu is, thank you for your recent request. Unfortunately, as it's not on the latest template, we're unable to process it. Please resubmit your request using the attached template. If we scroll up, we can see the response from the remediation team. As you can see below, we again sent our ARQ request to Fujitsu using the older process of master tracker and summary table. It was returned, refusing to complete the request without us completing the updated form. Could you please advise next steps, as we have 10 ARQ requests outstanding? If we scroll up, please. A response further to my earlier emails on this topic, we're now accumulating a backlog of requests, potentially delaying postmaster redress. Can you confirm that Fujitsu will process these requests without further delay? If we turn to page 1, it says as follows. We introduced the updated ARQ form to clarify the intended use of ARQs requested by Post Office. Fujitsu does not accept that the introduction of this amended form has caused delay to redress activities. Since it was introduced, the Post Office has requested over 60 ARQs to support redress activities, and these have been processed in the usual way. As you've now clarified that the ARQs referred to in your email below are intended to be used to support postmaster redress, I will instruct the team to process these received on the previous version of the form, and they will not be subject to additional charges. If we please look again at page 4. I said that the request came from an email address called the remediation team. We see that the requester has the job title or team of remediation admin support team, remediation unit. Has distrust between Fujitsu and the Post Office reached such a level that where somebody from the remediation admin support team in the remediation unit requests ARQ data, they are not trusted to be requesting data for that purpose.
The date of this request, is it the 18th of June?
If we scroll up, yes, 18th of June.
And I think the response from Dan Walton was what? Was
19th of June.
So 1 day later.
Yes.
Well,
the Daniel Walton email on page 1 is the 21st of June.
So about 4 days later, 3-4 days later. So I don't agree with the premise of the question. I think we're dealing with these matters as speedily as we can do. I think everybody inside Fujitsu is very, very nervous about any documentation, any data that relates to prosecutions or redress. So there's just a natural nervousness. The management team, I think in this example, got to it very quickly. So Simon very quickly flagged it to Dan, and it was dealt with pretty quickly, I would say, in 3-4 days.
That can come down, and I'll move to my very final topic of today, which is compensation and redress. Could we please bring up onto screen RLIT 40276, please? This is an article on the BBC website addressing pay that was received by Fujitsu bosses during the Horizon contract. There is a section on yourself from page 7. If we go down and look at page 8 and into page 9, I'll just read to you a few passages from that report. It refers to yourself, and if we scroll down, it says that you gave evidence last month and is due to do so again later this year. He admitted to the MPs on the Business Select Committee this year that there had been bugs, errors and defects with Horizon from the start and apologised for your firm's role in the scandal. You now face the prospect that Fujitsu may be asked to contribute to the compensation fund for the victims, something he says he has said the firm has a moral obligation to do so. Can you assist us? What do you understand by a moral obligation? Or for what purpose did you use that form of words?
Because a legal process, I think, allows lawyers to spend a lot of time litigating. I think from my standpoint and from my company standpoint out in Tokyo, we felt it was a moral obligation. Now, when I said that back in January, we've learnt an awful lot in the last several months of this inquiry around what other people and organisations did or didn't do. So I stand by, and the company does stand by. We see ourselves contributing morally to redress to the sub-postmasters.
If we scroll down and over the page, please, it says, quotes your spokesman from Fujitsu to say, based on the findings of the inquiry, we'll also be working with the UK government on the appropriate actions, including contribution to compensation. The Fujitsu group hopes for a swift resolution that ensures a just outcome for the victims. The inquiry's evidence has now effectively come to an end. We have our expert witnesses tomorrow, but that is the end of the final phase of the inquiry. You've had an opportunity, Fujitsu have had an opportunity to hear all of the evidence that's been heard in this inquiry. Having heard that evidence, how are you going to compensate those affected by Fujitsu's failures?
So what we've said all the way through is we expect to contribute to redress. We see that as going through the government, who are the shareholder, and I heard the evidence earlier today. So we see that as being a conversation with government about what our contribution would or would not look like.
And what have you suggested to government that your contribution?
So I have not suggested any particular number. I heard the questions earlier today to the previous Secretary of State, and I think she used the term gesture. we don't feel that this is a gesture conversation. This is too serious. But we do want to sit down with the government and talk about that frankly and very openly. I thought what Mr. Reynolds said this morning as well would be very helpful to that. I have been in constant contact with the Department of Business and Trade. So the Department of Business and Trade and me and with the Post Office have been in constant communication around one extension and also about evidence or not providing evidence. So I welcome the opportunity to talk to the new Secretary of State in due course.
You outlined at the beginning of your evidence today a number of things that you accepted insofar as Fujitsu's role was concerned. The inquiry is, as I say, coming to the end of its evidence taking. What are you able to say to the inquiry about what you are proposing by way of compensation?
I can't put a number on it, and I think if I reflect on what I've heard from sub-postmasters and the families, there are a number of areas that they need help in, and we would like to sit down with government and figure out how we contribute to that.
Which in particular? What would you like? Let's assume there is a pot of money from Fujitsu. What in particular do you consider Fujitsu should be contributing to?
So I'm not going to put a number on it, Mr. Blake. I think that's
I didn't ask for a number, but just in terms of how it is, there are existing schemes. Is your plan to give the government money towards the redress that has already occurred? Operate a separate fund?
We are not an organisation that can set up new funds or charities or whatever. We see ourselves contributing to whichever scheme the government and the sub-postmasters agree is the most appropriate one.
Could I please take you to RLIT 0000433? It's the final document that I'll take you to today. This is a recent article in the Financial Times. The headline is Post Office IT Provider Fujitsu won £1.4 million public sector contract since promising to stop bidding. I'll just read you a passage from that if we scroll down, please. It says, after public outcry, Fujitsu said in January that it would voluntarily pause bidding for future public sector contracts while the public inquiry into the scandal was ongoing. However, it did not rule out continuing to bid for work that with existing public sector customers or when the government needed its skills and capability. If we go over the page, please, it says, according to government procurement data provided Tussle, the Japanese group has won 6 public sector contracts worth an estimated total of 1.4 million since making this commitment. 2 of these contracts were awarded as recently as September, and we can see there it sets out below in the tables the various contracts. Can you assist us? To what extent were these existing bids? To what extent is that new work that falls under that caveat that has been provided?
So I believe the MOD is where we have a contractual obligation to provide hardware. So I think that's what that one is about. We have, I think this article talks about 33, there it is at the bottom of the page, 33 public sector contracts. So these are existing contracts that we have obligations within. I think the nuclear laboratory one, they have stated that this is the last, it's a software contract, and they are moving off that software platform, and that was the license for it for the final year, I think it was. So these were existing contracts that we have where we have contractual obligations to provide those either the hardware or in this case software.
And it says in the article that the pause is a voluntary one while the public inquiry was ongoing. How do you see that in the future?
I think in due course we'll sit down with government and discuss it.
Do you intend to resume bids once the inquiry has finished?
No, I don't intend to resume bidding. I think this is a very emotive topic, and we would want to sit down with government and discuss that. We do some things in government, particularly in quite a dangerous area, which we would like to talk to the government about in due course. But I'm not going to say here today that we are going to start bidding for new contracts. We have not done that for the last several months, and my current intention is not to start that tomorrow or the day after.
Thank you. So that brings us to questions from call participants. I think we only have two sets of questions, one from Ms. Patrick and one from Mr. Steen. I'm in your hands, sir, as to whether we can complete those today or whether we return tomorrow morning. They've been allocated one topic each.
Right. And can I please have as best you can, Mr. Steen and Ms. Patrick, what are you talking about in terms of time?
So I think...
On behalf of Ham & Co. will be 10 to 15 minutes.
So,
Right.
I apologise, Mr. Steen. So I think we'd be around 5 to 6 minutes.
Right. So it's now 10 to 5, and as you know, my powers of concentration are limited to a normal court day, but I think we're all in agreement that it's better for Mr. Patterson to finish if he possibly can. Is that right? Do you both agree?
Yes, sir.
So yes, there's one difficulty. I'll need to have 2 minutes to speak to Mr. Blake about one particular question.
All right.
So that will take...
So we'll have a 5-minute break. We'll resume at 5 to 5, and we'll finish by 20 past 5.
Thank you, sir.
There?
Thank you very much, sir.
Fine.
Have a quick drink of something?
That's a good idea.
Thank you, sir. We're going to hear from Ms. Patrick and then Mr. Steen.
Fine.
Mr. Patterson, good afternoon.
Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yes, indeed. Yes, thank you.
My name is Miss Patrick, and I ask questions on behalf of a number of sub-postmasters who were wrongfully convicted and have since had their convictions quashed. And I only want to raise one topic. When you gave evidence in January, at the end of your evidence, you committed to meeting sub-postmasters and their families. Is that right?
I committed to meeting sub-postmasters and the families contacted me.
Yeah. And in August, early August, 7 months on, you met then with representatives of the children who suffered as a result of their parents being prosecuted and convicted. You're nodding, Mr. Patterson. You have to say yes.
Oh,
or
sorry.
no.
Yes, yes.
And in that meeting, there were 9 children of former sub-postmasters, including Katie Downey, Rebecca Foot and Katie Burrows, who sit next to me today. Again, you're nodding. You have to say yes, or no for the
yes,
transcript.
I recognise them now. Yes.
Yep. And I think you might be aware that their group is called Lost Chances for Sub-Postmaster Children.
Yes, I am.
And Lost Chances for Postmaster Children affected by the Horizon scandal. They're campaigning for financial support to address chances and opportunities lost, or as they would say, taken from them during their childhood as a result of the experiences of their families. Now, today, perhaps coincidentally or fortuitously, while we raised your contact that you'd had with their group, with the Secretary of State during his evidence, they've had a response from the Post Office to their request for a meeting with them. But you have met their group, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And during that meeting, they did something that was quite painful for them. They'd written down their stories and they shared, each of them, with you, everything that they had gone through, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And it was in very moving terms, to be frank, wasn't it?
It was.
They explained that their lost opportunities and their trauma, it just isn't caught by any existing compensation, redress or restorative justice scheme. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you listened to what they had to say, and that you said you would take it away and you would come back to them.
Yes.
And that's over 3 months ago now, August, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Hudjo Solicitors has regularly sought updates on their behalf from Fujitsu as to what would happen and when. Is that fair?
I believe so.
And just very briefly, we don't have to go through the detail. In September on the 13th, your solicitors for Fujitsu replied and said that your team were continuing to study what you had learned during your meeting in August. Could you just ask briefly, very briefly, what had you learned in your August meeting?
So I think as your three colleagues, the 3 members of the group sitting beside you, it was a very difficult day for them, and it was a very difficult day to listen. They had a number of ideas, some of which I've got no experience of personally. I don't know in how we would execute those things, and I think I said in the meetings, we are not the right people to the right organisation to do some of those things. But let us think about, could we find organisations? But equally, I think the group were also structuring themselves differently to allow us to potentially engage them in a more structured way than the way that it was previously. So we do want to engage in that way. I'm still unclear about what things we can do other than sums of money. The list of, I think the education topic that we talked about, the mental health topic that we talked about, how we can as a company help in that way. And I think there was also a conversation around legacy on education. I think there was I didn't bring my notes with me on that particular meeting. So we still want to do that. Frankly, we've struggled, though, to figure out how.
Can I ask you to pause there for one moment, because I know we're very short of time. The last reply they received I believe, suggests you would revert with a timetable around engagement towards the end of this year, but you had no further updates at this time, and that came through Fujitsu solicitors. Does that mean that it will be the end of the year before you can take a position on whether you can engage further with the Lost Chances organisation and with people sitting here? Is that what that means?
So I think there was something else that happened today, which with the Secretary of State, where he also said he thought there was a theme in here or a topic in here that we could be involved in. I don't know what format that engagement with 2 of you, 3 of you, the 9 of you could be before the end of the calendar year. But I won't stay silent. So I won't stay silent.
So you won't stay silent. Can I just ask, you said before the end of the year. Now, given everything that you've said today, and we know what you've said about waiting till the end of the inquiry, everything you've said today about that meeting and about Fujitsu's role in the scandal, is there really any need for this work, this engagement, to wait till the end of the inquiry to decide where Fujitsu might fit? For us as a company, it's very difficult to understand. When we had the first conversation, very difficult to understand where that engagement could be. What could we do? You had a list of several topics that we think could help with. I think that we'd want to explore those again. Not to. I think, in fact, Rebecca, you made the point about kicking the ball down the road. Not to do that, but we struggled, frankly, to find a way to engaging it. Now, I think, if my memory's right, you've also structured yourself slightly differently now, I believe. I owe it to you to have a look at what that new structure looks like, and is there a way that we could engage with before the end of the calendar year? Thank you.
And I don't know off the top of my head what your new structure looks like. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. There have been updates provided to Fujitsu, and I'm very grateful for your indication that there would be further engagement.
Before Mr. Steen asks you any questions, Mr. Patterson, can I just get clarity about one point? So far as Fujitsu is concerned, does the end of the inquiry for taking steps mean at the close of play on the 17th of December, when the last final oral submissions are made, or does it mean when I report?
I haven't given it, Sir Win, any practical thoughts. Actually, I'm hoping once you finish taking all the evidence, we can sit down with government, given that we'll know a number of themes and a number of conclusions, shall we say, given everybody's listened to it. But I hadn't given it a definitive date, sir.
No, well, that's all right, but I would like you to ponder that, because I think everybody will realize that there is bound to be a period of time. I won't commit myself to any particular period of time between the 17th of December and when I produce a report. And I think it would help both clarity and transparency if Fujitsu did clarify that.
I will take that up with the department as well. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Steen.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Patterson, we've met before. Can we go straight to a document which is FUJ 00243-199? So that's FUJ 00243-199. Now, so that's the letter dated the 17th of May that you're familiar with. And on that first page, can we scroll down, please, to Roman numeral 2, pursuit of shortfalls from postmasters. And we'll see there, Mr. Patterson. Let's just read through that together. So this is a letter from you to Mr. Reid, and the relevant part that I'm going to take you to, therefore, says, it seems claims that the Post Office may be continuing to pursue postmasters for shortfalls in their accounts using Horizon data. We would have expected that the Post Office has changed its behaviour in light of the criticisms and is appropriately circumspect with respect to any enforcement actions. It should not be relying on Horizon data as the basis for such shortfall enforcement. Now, this appears to be a fairly serious letter. Did you mean what this says?
I know what I wrote.
Did you mean it?
Well, it's what I wrote, Mr. Steen.
Well, you either mean something or you don't, Mr. Patterson. Is that correct in what it seems to say, which is the Post Office should not be using Horizon data to go after sub-postmasters for shortfalls?
I think, as I've said during the last hour or so, there is multiple data points that the Post Office should be using before they conclude whether a shortfall or a theft has taken place.
Let's try it one more time. Well, let's try it again. It should not be relying on Horizon data as the basis for shortfall enforcement. When you wrote that, was that what you felt?
Yes, Mr. Steen.
Do you still stand by that?
I think, as I've given in evidence today several times, you cannot rely on just one data source.
Well, it's not quite the same thing, is it?
No, it is exactly the same thing. It's Horizon data, and I've said you can't rely on one source of data.
Right. So Horizon data should not be used by the Post Office to go after sub-postmasters for what the Post Office reckons may be money owed by the sub-postmaster. Is that right?
So, Mr. Steen, there's 4 investigations at the moment with the police. We have given material to the police which talks about all the data that they should frankly be looking at to determine whether a theft has taken place or whatever the crime is.
Does it amount to this, Mr. Patterson, that perhaps to use that phrase much loved of in this inquiry, with the benefit of hindsight, this sentence should read, it should not be relying solely on Horizon data, etc.
Yes, Sir Wynne, yes.
Fine, thank you.
I have the word basis and solely as interchangeable.
Yeah.
The point you made earlier in your evidence, Mr. Patterson, was one whereby you referred to it as one data point. In other words, that there should be something else outside of Horizon data. Is that what you're trying to say here in your evidence?
Yes, and that was my point earlier about the complete supply chain that provides information to Horizon or actually to sub-postmasters themselves. You cannot rely solely, solely on one data source.
Right. So on its own, Horizon data is insufficient to mount a case against a sub-postmaster for a shortfall. Is that what you're trying to say?
So I am not a legal person. I'm not a legal. In my view, and in our company's view, you cannot rely on that solely for the data.
To pursue people for shortfalls?
Yes.
Right. And Fujitsu's position on this, will you support the Post Office in pursuing sub-postmasters for shortfalls?
We've said we won't do that.
Right, okay. So let's add this all together. Fujitsu will not support the Post Office if the Post Office is going after a postmaster for a shortfall, either in I suppose, correspondence with that sub-postmaster or in courts. Is that correct?
I thought you were going to add another sentence based solely on Horizon data.
Well, that's the one you've added today, prompted by Sir Wynne. But
I'll go the other way, based on shortfall data.
Right.
So whether you want to use basis or solely, the same thing applies.
So what's going to happen? You're going to have to be persuaded that there's something else other than Horizon data before you provide support to the Post Office? How's it going to work, Mr. Patterson?
So, as I've said in my evidence today, there are multiple data sources, and if you look at the YouGov data, about different places where errors or omissions or issues can occur. All of that needs to be in play, and the investigation needs to be not taking a narrow view, but a holistic view.
So are you going to get the the post office to come to you, provide the data, and then see what else comes up? Or do you need the support, in other words, something other than Horizon data before you hand over the Horizon data? Which is it?
So Horizon data, as I said earlier, will be inside the post office's house by February, all historical data. So they'll have all the data that are required. And I think in evidence from several members of the Post Office Executive, they've got that data already. So they've got the data that they need. My evidence point is I would like to be satisfied that they are using more than just one data source. And I've not seen anything which tells me that they're using more than one data source. I see.
So in that sense, we put this all together. Frankly, you don't trust the Post Office in order to get this right. Well,
on this particular topic, I absolutely don't trust the Post Office.
You mentioned one further point in your evidence to Mr. Blake. This is about the age of the system, okay? You said this, to give this some context, we have not turned off some of this equipment because it's so old. Mm-hmm. Help us understand what would happen if you did turn it on.
I've got no idea. Right. So in my experience of 35 years in this industry, you know, if you do not do disaster recovery, if you do not turn things on, if you don't keep them upgraded, I cannot determine what will or will not happen, which is part of our nervousness about any extension.
Let's turn back to the question that I asked you now so many months ago in January of this year. Now, I asked you these questions, which was, you're aware of the effect of this scandal upon sub-postmasters. It's felt by their families, by their loved ones, by their partners, by their children. This devastated not only the sub-postmasters' individual lives, but everyone around them. Sub-postmasters, because they could not see what was going on, would sometimes blame their own partners or their employees. And the effect, therefore, of this scandal is much more widespread than on the sub-postmasters themselves, whose lives sometimes have been terminated by this scandal. And I asked you this, will Fujitsu commit to providing funds in recompense for all those hurts to others outside of sub-postmasters and the compensation scheme? In other words, financial redress to support others that have been affected. I ask this, you may want to think that what could be done by Fujitsu is supporting people in the future, sub-postmasters in future entrepreneurial endeavours, their families in such or in education. Will Fujitsu consider that type of support? And you said this, Mr. Steen, the inquiry and the exploration of the history of all of this is getting a great deal of attention and support from us. Our company here in the UK has many things in society around the country, around the UK. I think the suggestion you've just made, and clearly, the transcript says clearly in a conversation, I think you meant is a conversation. If I were able to come to engage with sub-postmasters and their representation, their representatives, we would be absolutely something we would like to consider. So you appeared to be giving a positive answer to the general suggestion, which is providing some way to provide support. Today, in answer to the questions on such matters, you've said that Fujitsu wishes to engage in a discussion with government. You mentioned also sub-postmasters as to providing the financial support that would go to government. Now, has Fujitsu written off doing something more creative than that? In other words, setting up a fund, bursaries for the children, for the families, for those people with lost opportunities? Have they written that off, and is it just going to be money to government?
So when I met the sub-postmasters, there were many, many suggestions. And in fact, one sub-postmaster made it clear to me the company should not be giving any money to government at all. We are not we've got no experience of setting up these things or doing these things. As I just said to the lost families, we were hoping that through government channels we'd be able to provide funds to contribute to some of those areas. To be more creative, we're struggling to find out how we can be more creative, frankly, because that's not something that we've got any experience in. I was hoping, equally from this morning's conversation, that there would be more activity in and around the law and changing the law or lobbying for the law to change, because I was personally, as a normal citizen, surprised that the families did not have recourse to some of those other areas of compensation. But I haven't written it off, Mr. Steen. I'm just not quite sure where to go.
Well, where to go, Mr. Patterson, is to go back to the representatives representing people that have been in this situation and say, can you help? We are, if this is right, Fujitsu is trying to see what can be done. Do you have experience with compensation frameworks, redress schemes, restorative justice schemes? And you will find that Howe & Co., Mr. Enright, who sits to my left, who sits to my, Mr. Kelly's right, you may recall Mr. Kelly from meetings. He does have that expertise. The people are out there, Mr. Patterson. Why haven't you reached out since January of this year to those people that can provide such assistance for you on these important queries?
So there's no reason why I haven't reached out. I've had the meetings, Mr. Steen. Thank you for the suggestion. We'll have the conversation in due course with the colleagues. As an IT company, we are unsure where to go and what to do about it. We were hoping that the compensation schemes and contributing to the government compensation schemes would be a suitable vehicle for redress.
But you know that those compensation schemes are not providing this type of support to the wider family. So all that appears to be happening is Fujitsu is contemplating a contribution, subbing the government for the compensation schemes that are currently in place. That's what you seem to be saying.
So that is what I was saying earlier, and what you've just suggested to me is that your organisation or colleagues may have some expertise in these other areas, and we'll have that conversation.
Is there a standstill agreement between the civil action from the post office and Fujitsu as to whether the one, post office, will sue the other, Fujitsu?
Yes, there is.
So, in essence, what may be happening here, do you agree, Mr. Patterson, is Fujitsu is considering paying some compensation towards the compensation funds in order to stave off as a way of settling the action from the post office against Fujitsu. That's what it appears to be, Mr. Patterson.
Well, it's not, Mr. Steen.
So any funds committed by Fujitsu towards compensation will not be in settlement of the claim between Post Office and Fujitsu. Is that what you're saying?
So Mr. Steen, I've had no conversation with the Post Office about the standstill agreement. That's our legal teams and our legal teams. As far as I'm concerned, if there's any contribution to compensation, it will always be outside that conversation.
And lastly, where in all of this is the situation that's been described, which is that Fujitsu awaits the close of the inquiry? Now, Sir Wynne has asked you some questions. What do you mean by the end of the inquiry? Is that this year, or is that at some point next year when the inquiry reports? Okay, fine. Why is it that Fujitsu wants to wait until the end of the inquiry before dealing with such matters? What's the rationale?
So when I sat in this room in January, there were some things I knew and I didn't know. I've now spent the last 7 months, as you have, listening to evidence about what other people and other organisations did or didn't do. The notion that this is all down to a software bug and has contributed to the largest miscarriage of justice in the United Kingdom is incorrect. These are complex matters, as you well know, based over many, many decades. And we have learnt as an organisation a great deal about the causes of this miscarriage of justice.
Yes, well, let's go back to my question. Why is it that Fujitsu needs to await the close of this inquiry before it deals with matters such as compensation or contributions towards compensation?
For the reasons I've just said, these are complex matters which we need to understand all those components. Now, what we do know, and as I said to Sir Wynne just a moment ago, by the time we get to the end of this week, we'll have a better idea on a number of those topics about how we can contribute. You've given me a suggestion here, and I've already committed to meeting with the lost families.
But Mr. Patterson, you already accept that there is a need for Fujitsu to put its money where its mouth is. You already accept that there's at least a discussion to be had about supporting people that have been affected by the scandal. Why wait? Is this legal advice? Wait until the end of the inquiry when it's all gone quiet?
Far from it gone quiet. I don't expect this to go quiet at all. Why should it go quiet? These are serious matters.
But is this your decision to wait till the end of the inquiry, or is it legal advice? What is it, Mr. Fujitsu? Who's telling you to wait until the end of the inquiry?
I'm not sure about answering that question fully. He can say, I'm not going to tell you about our legal advice, can't
That's
he?
true, but it is his choice.
Yeah, well, I'm just reminding him he has a choice.
Yes. Mr. Patterson?
I mean, the reality, Mr. Patterson, isn't it, is that by listening to all the evidence first, you will have a much better idea about the culpability of Fujitsu, if any. Isn't that the reality of it?
Yes, it is, Sir Win.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
So the end result of this is that we know that the Post Office has indicated that they wish to bring forward restorative justice proposals. Will Fujitsu commit to supporting that?
So you asked me a question a moment ago, do I trust the Post Office?
Well, you've got a choice, Mr. Patterson. You can reject working with the Post Office as you like. Will Fujitsu commit to supporting restorative justice proposals? So
the new management team inside the Post Office, I would welcome that opportunity to sit down and talk to them about those topics. Yes, Mr. Steen.
Sooner rather than later?
I spoke to the Post Office executives on Friday. I'm speaking to them again on Thursday. So sooner rather than later, yes.
And avoiding any other problems, will you commit also to meeting with Mr. Enright and his team from Howe & Co. sooner rather than later?
So, Mr. Steen, you've asked me that question before as well, and the answer is I won't commit to that.
You won't?
No, not sooner rather than later. You've just given me a whole bunch of caveats to that meeting. You've just offered to me that you've got some experience in those areas. I will talk to my team about how do we get the value from that conversation. But I'm not going to sit down and commit to meeting Mr. Enright tomorrow or today or whenever. I need to have that conversation first.
All right, well, it's avoiding tomorrow.
Well, you said the words tomorrow and today, and was there anything? You gave me a number of caveats.
Before Christmas.
That's enough, gentlemen. That's enough. I think I've got the picture. Thank you very much, and it's finishing dead on time, Mr. Steen, so well done.
Thanks, sir.
Right, good. We'll resume again at 10 o'clock tomorrow, but first, or lastly today, I should thank you, Mr. Patterson, for appearing again at the inquiry, for producing witness statements on behalf of Fujitsu, and making the commitments to the extent that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Win.